Chapter 10. One morning, as Claude, who had taken the dead child to the Palais de l'Industrie the previous day, was roaming round about the Parc Monceau, he suddenly came upon Fagerolles. "What?" said the latter, cordially, "is it you, old fellow? What's becoming of you? What are you doing? We see so little of each other now." Then, Claude having mentioned what he had sent to the Salon, that little canvas which his mind was full of, Fagerolles added, "Ah! You've sent something, then I'll get it hung for you. You know that I'm a candidate for the hanging committee this year." Indeed, amid the tumult and everlasting discontent of the artists, after attempts at reform, repeated a score of times and then abandoned, the authorities had just invested the exhibitors with the privilege of electing the members of the hanging committee. And this had quite upset the world of painters and sculptors. A perfect electoral fever had set in, with all sorts of ambitious cabals and intrigues, all the low jobbery, indeed, by which politics are dishonored. "I'm going to take you with me," continued Fagerolles. "You must come and see how I'm settled in my little house, in which you haven't yet set foot, in spite of all your promises. It's there, hard by, at the corner of the Avenue de Villiers." Claude, whose arm he had gaily taken, was obliged to follow him. He was seized with a fit of cowardice. The idea that his old chum might get his picture hung for him filled him with mingled shame and desire. On reaching the avenue, he stopped in front of the house to look at its frontage, a bit of coquettish, precioso architectural tracery, the exact copy of a Renaissance house at Bourges, with lattice windows, a staircase tower, and a roof decked with leaden ornaments. It looked like the abode of a harlot, and Claude was struck with surprise when, on turning round, he recognized Irma Bicot's regal mansion just over the way. Huge, substantial, almost severe of aspect, it had all the importance of a palace compared to its neighbor, the dwelling of the artist, who was obliged to limit himself to a fanciful knick-knack. "Ah! That Irma, said Fagerolles with just a shade of respect in his tone. "She has got a cathedral and no mistake. But come in." The interior of Fagerolles' house was strangely and magnificently luxurious. Old tapestry, old weapons, a heap of old furniture, Chinese and Japanese curios were displayed even in the very hall. On the left there was a dining room, panelled with lacquer work and having its ceiling draped with a design of a red dragon. Then there was a staircase of carved wood above which banners drooped, whilst tropical plants rose up like plumes. Overhead, the studio was a marvel, though rather small and without a picture visible. The walls, indeed, were entirely covered with oriental hangings, while at one end rose up a huge chimney-piece with chimerical monsters supporting the tablet. And at the other extremity appeared a vast couch under a tent, the latter quite a monument, with lances upholding the sumptuous drapery, above a collection of carpets, furs and cushions heaped together almost on a level with the flooring. Claude looked at it all, and there came to his lips a question which he held back: was all this paid for? Fagerolles, who had been decorated with the Legion of Honor the previous year, now asked, it was said, 10,000 francs for painting a mere portrait. Naudet, who, after launching him, duly turned his success to profit in a methodical fashion, never let one of his pictures go for less than 20, 30, 40,000 francs. Orders would have fallen on the painter's shoulders as thick as hail, if he had not affected the disdain, the weariness of the man whose slightest sketches are fought for. And yet all this display of luxury smacked of indebtedness. There was only so much paid on account to the upholsterers. All the money won by lucky strokes as on 'change, slipped through the artist's fingers, and was spent without trace of it remaining. Moreover, Fagerolles, still in the full flush of his sudden good fortune, did not calculate or worry, being confident that he would always sell his works at higher and higher prices, and feeling glorious at the high position he was acquiring in contemporary art. Eventually, Claude espied a little canvas on an ebony easel, draped with red plush. Excepting a rosewood tube case and box of crayons, forgotten on an article of furniture, nothing reminding one of the artistic profession could be seen lying about. Very finely treated, said Claude, wishing to be amiable, as he stood in front of the little canvas. And is your picture for the salon sent? Ah. Yes, thank heavens. What a number of people I had here. A perfect procession which kept me on my legs from morning till evening during a week. I didn't want to exhibit it, as it lowers one to do so, and Naudette also opposed it. But what would you have done? I was so begged and prayed. All the young fellows want to set me on the committee, so that I may defend them. Oh. My picture is simple enough, I call it a picnic. There are a couple of gentlemen and 3 ladies under some trees, guests at some chateau, who have brought a collation with them and are eating it in a glade. You'll see, it's rather original. He spoke in a hesitating manner, and when his eyes met those of Claude, who was looking at him fixedly, he lost countenance altogether, and joked about the little canvas on the easel. That's a daub Naudette asked me for. Oh. I'm not ignorant of what I lack, a little of what you have too much of, old man. You know that I'm still your friend. Why, I defended you only yesterday with some painters. He tapped Claude on the shoulders, for he had divined his old master's secret contempt, and wished to win him back by his old-time caresses, all the wheedling practices of a hussy. Very sincerely and with a sort of anxious deference he again promised Claude that he would do everything in his power to further the hanging of his picture, The Dead Child. However, some people arrived. More than 15 persons came in and went off in less than an hour, fathers bringing young pupils, exhibitors anxious to say a good word on their own behalf, friends who wanted to barter influence. Even women who placed their talents under the protection of their charms. And one should have seen the painter play his part as a candidate, shaking hands most lavishly, saying to one visitor, "Your picture this year is so pretty, it pleases me so much." Then feigning astonishment with another, "What? You haven't had a medal yet," and repeating to all of them, "Ah. If I belonged to the committee, I'd make them walk straight." He sent everyone away delighted, closed the door behind each visitor with an air of extreme amiability, through which, however, there pierced the secret sneer of an ex-lounger on the pavement. "You see, he said to Claude, at a moment when they happened to be left alone. "What a lot of time I lose with those idiots." Then he approached the large window, and abruptly opened one of the casements. And on one of the balconies of the house over the way a woman clad in a lace dressing gown could be distinguished waving her handkerchief. Fagerolles on his side waved his hand 3 times in succession. Then both windows were closed again. Claude had recognized Irma. And amid the silence which fell Fagerolles quietly explained matters. "It's convenient, you see, one can correspond. We have a complete system of telegraphy. She wants to speak to me, so I must go." Since he and Irma had resided in the avenue, they met, it was said, on their old footing. It was even asserted that he, so cute, so well acquainted with Parisian humbug, let himself be fleeced by her, bled at every moment of some good round sum, which she sent her maid to ask for, now to pay a tradesman, now to satisfy a whim, often for nothing at all, or rather for the sole pleasure of emptying his pockets. And this partly explained his embarrassed circumstances, his indebtedness, which ever increased despite the continuous rise in the quotations of his canvases. Claude had put on his hat again. Fagerolles was shuffling about impatiently, looking nervously at the house over the way. "I don't send you off, but you see she's waiting for me," he said. "Well, it's understood, your affair's settled, that is, unless I'm not elected. Come to the Palais de l'Industrie on the evening the voting papers are counted. Oh. There will be a regular crush, quite a rumpus. Still, you will always learn if you can rely on me." At first, Claude inwardly swore that he would not trouble about it. Fagerolles' protection weighed heavily upon him. And yet, in his heart of hearts, he really had but one fear, that the shifty fellow would not keep his promise, but would ultimately be taken with a fit of cowardice at the idea of protecting a defeated man. However, on the day of the vote Claude could not keep still, but went and roamed about the Champs-Élysées under the pretense of taking a long walk. He might as well go there as elsewhere, for while waiting for the salon he had altogether ceased work. He himself could not vote, as to do so it was necessary to have been hung on at least one occasion. However, he repeatedly passed before the Palais de l'Industrie 11-foot pavement in front of which interested him with its bustling aspect, its procession of artist-electors, whom men in dirty blouses caught hold of, shouting to them the titles of their lists of candidates, lists some 30 in number emanating from every possible coterie, and representing every possible opinion. There was the list of the studios of the School of Arts, the liberal list, the list of the uncompromising radical painters, the conciliatory list, the young painters' list, even the ladies' list, and so forth. The scene suggested all the turmoil at the door of an electoral polling booth on the morrow of a riot. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the voting was over, Claude could not resist a fit of curiosity to go and have a look. The staircase was now free, and whoever chose could enter. Upstairs, he came upon the huge gallery, overlooking the Champs-Élysées, which was set aside for the hanging committee. A table, 40 feet long, filled the center of this gallery, and entire trees were burning in the monumental fireplace at one end of it. Some 400 or 500 electors, who had remained to see the votes counted, stood there, mingled with friends and inquisitive strangers, talking, laughing, and setting quite a storm loose under the lofty ceiling. Around the table, parties of people who had volunteered to count the votes were already settled and at work. There were some 15 of these parties in all, each comprising a chairman and 2 scrutineers. 3 or 4 more remained to be organized, and nobody else offered assistance. In fact, everyone turned away in fear of the crushing labor which would rivet the more zealous people to the spot far into the night. It precisely happened that Fagerolles, who had been in the thick of it since the morning, was gesticulating and shouting, trying to make himself heard above the hubbub. "Come, gentlemen, we need one more man here. Come, some willing person, over here." And at that moment, perceiving Claude, he darted forward and forcibly dragged him off. "Ah! As for you, you will just oblige me by sitting down there and helping us. It's for the good cause, dash it all." Claude abruptly found himself chairman of one of the counting committees, and began to perform his functions with all the gravity of a timid man, secretly experiencing a good deal of emotion. As if the hanging of his canvas would depend upon the conscientiousness he showed in his work. He called out the names inscribed upon the voting papers, which were passed to him in little packets, while the scrutineers, on sheets of paper prepared for the purpose, noted each successive vote that each candidate obtained. And all this went on amidst a most frightful uproar, 20 and 30 names being called out at the same time by different voices, above the continuous rumbling of the crowd. As Claude could never do anything without throwing passion into it, he waxed excited, became despondent whenever a voting paper did not bear Fagerolles' name, and grew happy as soon as he had to shout out that name once more. Moreover, he often tasted that delight, for his friend had made himself popular, showing himself everywhere, frequenting the cafés where influential groups of artists assembled, even venturing to expound his opinions there, and binding himself to young artists, without neglecting to bow very low to the members of the Institute. Thus there was a general current of sympathy in his favor. Fagerolles was, so to say, everybody's spoilt child. Night came on at about 6 o'clock that rainy March day. The assistants brought lamps, and some mistrustful artists, who, gloomy and silent, were watching the counting askance, drew nearer. Others began to play jokes, imitated the cries of animals, or attempted a Tyrolean. But it was only at 8 o'clock, when a collation of cold meat and wine was served, that the gaiety reached its climax. The bottles were hastily emptied, the men stuffed themselves with whatever they were lucky enough to get hold of. And there was a free and easy kind of kermesse in that huge hall which the logs in the fireplace lit up with a forge-like glow. Then they all smoked, and the smoke set a kind of mist around the yellow light from the lamps, whilst on the floor trailed all the spoiled voting papers thrown away during the polling. Indeed, quite a layer of dirty paper, together with corks, breadcrumbs, and a few broken plates. The heels of those seated at the table disappeared amidst this litter. Reserve was cast aside. A little sculptor with a pale face climbed upon a chair to harangue the assembly, and a painter, with stiff mustaches under a hook nose, bestrode a chair and galloped, bowing, round the table, in mimicry of the emperor. Little by little, however, a good many grew tired and went off. At 11 o'clock there were not more than a couple of hundred persons present. Past midnight, however, some more people arrived, loungers in dress coats and white ties, who had come from some theatre or soirée and wished to learn the result of the voting before all Paris knew it. Reporters also appeared, and they could be seen darting one by one out of the room as soon as a partial result was communicated to them. Claude, hoarse by now, still went on calling names. The smoke and the heat became intolerable, a smell like that of a cowhouse rose from the muddy litter on the floor. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning struck, and he was still unfolding voting papers. The conscientiousness which he displayed delaying him to such a point that the other parties had long since finished their work, while his was still a maze of figures. At last all the additions were centralized and the definite result proclaimed. Fadrolles was elected, coming 15th among 40, or 5 places ahead of Bongrand, who had been a candidate on the same list, but whose name must have been frequently struck out. And daylight was breaking when Claude reached home in the Rue Turlock, feeling both worn out and delighted. Then, for a couple of weeks he lived in a state of anxiety. A dozen times he had the idea of going to Fadrolles for information, but a feeling of shame restrained him. Besides, as the committee proceeded in alphabetical order, nothing perhaps was yet decided. However, one evening, on the boulevard de Clichy, he felt his heart thump as he saw 2 broad shoulders, with whose lolloping motion he was well acquainted, coming towards him. They were the shoulders of Bongrand, who seemed embarrassed. He was the first to speak, and said, "You know matters aren't progressing very well over yonder with those brutes. But everything isn't lost. Fadrolles and I are on the watch. Still, you must rely on Fadrolles. As for me, my dear fellow, I am awfully afraid of compromising your chances." To tell the truth, there was constant hostility between Bongrand and the president of the hanging committee, Mazel, a famous master of the School of Arts, and the last rampart of the elegant, buttery, conventional style of art. Although they called each other dear colleague and made a great show of shaking hands, their hostility had burst forth the very first day. One of them could never ask for the admission of a picture without the other one voting for its rejection. Fadrolles, who had been elected secretary, had, on the contrary, made himself Mazel's amuser, his vice, and Mazel forgave his old pupil's defection, so skillfully did the renegade flatter him. Moreover, the young master, a regular turncoat, as his comrade said, showed even more severity than the members of the institute towards audacious beginners. He only became lenient and sociable when he wanted to get a picture accepted, on those occasions showing himself extremely fertile in devices, intriguing and carrying the vote with all the supple deftness of a conjurer. The committee work was really a hard task, and even Bongrand's strong legs grew tired of it. It was cut out every day by the assistants. An endless row of large pictures rested on the ground against the handrails, all along the first-floor galleries, right round the palace. And every afternoon, at 1 o'clock precisely, the 40 committeemen, headed by their president, who was equipped with a bell, started off on a promenade, until all the letters in the alphabet, serving as exhibitors' initials, had been exhausted. They gave their decisions standing, and the work was got through as fast as possible, the worst canvases being rejected without going to the vote. At times, however, discussions delayed the party, there came a 10 minutes' quarrel, and some picture which caused a dispute was reserved for the evening revision. 2 men, holding a cord some 30 feet long, kept it stretched at a distance of 4 paces from the line of pictures, so as to restrain the committeemen, who kept on pushing each other in the heat of their dispute, and whose stomachs, despite everything, were ever pressing against the cord. Behind the committee marched 70 museum keepers in white blouses, executing evolutions under the orders of a brigadier. At each decision communicated to them by the secretaries, they sorted the pictures, the accepted paintings being separated from the rejected ones, which were carried off like corpses after a battle. And the round lasted during 2 long hours, without a moment's respite, and without there being a single chair to sit upon. The committeemen had to remain on their legs, tramping on in a tired way amid icy draughts, which compelled even the least chilly among them to bury their noses in the depths of their fur-lined overcoats. Then the 3 o'clock snack proved very welcome. There was half an hour's rest at a buffet, where claret, chocolate, and sandwiches could be obtained. It was there that the market of mutual concessions was held, that the bartering of influence and votes was carried on. In order that nobody might be forgotten amid the hailstorm of applications which fell upon the committeemen, most of them carried little notebooks, which they consulted. And they promised to vote for certain exhibitors whom a colleague protected on condition that this colleague voted for the ones in whom they were interested. Others, however, taking no part in these intrigues, either from austerity or indifference, finished the interval in smoking a cigarette and gazing vacantly about them. Then the work began again, but more agreeably, in a gallery where there were chairs, and even tables with pens and paper and ink. All the pictures whose height did not reach 4 feet 10 inches were judged there, passed on the easel, as the expression goes, being ranged, 10 or 12 together, on a kind of trestle covered with green baize. A good many committeemen then grew absent-minded, several wrote their letters, and the president had to get angry to obtain presentable majorities. Sometimes a gust of passion swept by. They all jostled each other. The votes, usually given by raising the hand, took place amid such feverish excitement that hats and walking sticks were waved in the air above the tumultuous surging of heads. And it was there, on the easel, that the dead child at last made its appearance. During the previous week Fagerolles, whose pocketbook was full of memoranda, had resorted to all kinds of complicated bartering in order to obtain votes in Claude's favor. But it was a difficult business, it did not tally with his other engagements, and he only met with refusals as soon as he mentioned his friend's name. He complained, moreover, that he could get no help from Bongrand, who did not carry a pocketbook, and who was so clumsy, too, that he spoilt the best causes by his outbursts of unseasonable frankness. A score of times already would Fagerolles have forsaken Claude, had it not been for his obstinate desire to try his power over his colleagues by asking for the admittance of a work by Lantier, which was a reputed impossibility. However, people should see if he wasn't yet strong enough to force the committee into compliance with his wishes. Moreover, perhaps from the depths of his conscience there came a cry for justice, an unconfessed feeling of respect for the man whose ideas he had stolen. As it happened, Mazel was in a frightfully bad humor that day. At the outset of the sitting the brigadier had come to him, saying, "There was a mistake yesterday, Monsieur Mazel. A or Concours 12 picture was rejected. You know, number 2520, a nude woman under a tree." In fact, on the day before, this painting had been consigned to the grave amid unanimous contempt, nobody having noticed that it was the work of an old classical painter highly respected by the Institute. And the brigadier's fright, and the amusing circumstance of a picture having thus been condemned by mistake, enlivened the younger members of the committee and made them sneer in a provoking manner. Mazel, who detested such mishaps, which he rightly felt were disastrous for the authority of the School of Arts, made an angry gesture, and drily said, "Well, fish it out again, and put it among the admitted pictures. It isn't so surprising, there was an intolerable noise yesterday. How can one judge anything like that at a gallop, when one can't even obtain silence?" He rang his bell furiously, and added, "Come, gentlemen, everything is ready, a little goodwill, if you please." Unluckily, a fresh misfortune occurred as soon as the first paintings were set on the trestle. One canvas among others attracted Mazel's attention, so bad did he consider it, so sharp in tone as to make one's very teeth grate. As his sight was failing him, he leant forward to look at the signature, muttering the while, "Who's the pig?" But he quickly drew himself up. Quite shocked at having read the name of one of his friends, an artist who, like himself, was a rampart of healthy principles. Hoping that he had not been overheard, he thereupon called out, "Superb! Number 1, gentlemen." Number 1 was granted, the formula of admission which entitled the picture to be hung on the line. Only, some of the committeemen laughed and nudged each other, at which Mazel felt very hurt, and became very fierce. Moreover, they all made such blunders at times. A great many of them eased their feelings at the first glance, and then recalled their words as soon as they had deciphered the signature. This ended by making them cautious, and so with furtive glances they made sure of the artist's name before expressing any opinion. Besides, whenever a colleague's work, some fellow committeeman's suspicious-looking canvas, was brought forward, they took the precaution to warn each other by making signs behind the painter's back. As if to say, "Take care, no mistake, mind. It's his picture." Fagerolles, despite his colleague's fidgety nerves, carried the day on a first occasion. It was a question of admitting a frightful portrait painted by one of his pupils, whose family, a very wealthy one, received him on a footing of intimacy. To achieve this he had taken Mazel on one side in order to try to move him with a sentimental story about an unfortunate father with 3 daughters, who were starving. But the president let himself be entreated for a long while, saying that a man shouldn't waste his time painting when he was dying for lack of food, and that he ought to have a little more consideration for his 3 daughters. However, in the result, Mazel raised his hand, alone, with Fagerolles. Some of the others then angrily protested, and even 2 members of the institute seemed disgusted, whereupon Fagerolles whispered to them in a low key, "It's for Mazel. He begged me to vote. The painter's a relative of his, I think, at all events, he greatly wants the picture to be accepted." At this the 2 academicians promptly raised their hands, and a large majority declared itself in favor of the portrait. But all at once laughter, witticisms, and indignant cries rang out. The dead child had just been placed on the trestle. Were they to have the morgue sent to them now? Said some. And while the old men drew back in alarm, the younger ones scoffed at the child's big head, which was plainly that of a monkey who had died from trying to swallow a gourd. Fagerolles at once understood that the game was lost. At first he tried to spirit the vote away by a joke, in accordance with his skillful tactics. "Come, gentlemen, an old combatant." But furious exclamations cut him short. "Oh, no. Not that one." They knew him, that old combatant. A madman who had been persevering in his obstinacy for 15 years past, a proud, stuck-up fellow who posed for being a genius, and who had talked about demolishing the Salon, without even sending a picture that it was possible to accept. All their hatred of independent originality, of the competition of the shop over the way, which frightened them, of that invincible power which triumphs even when it is seemingly defeated, resounded in their voices. No, no, away with it. Then Fagerolles himself made the mistake of getting irritated, yielding to the anger he felt at finding what little real influence he possessed. "You are unjust. At least, be impartial," he said. Thereupon the tumult reached a climax. He was surrounded and jostled, arms waved about him in threatening fashion, and angry words were shot out at him like bullets. "You dishonor the committee, monsieur. If you defend that thing, it's simply to get your name in the newspapers. You aren't competent to speak on the subject." Then Fagerolles, beside himself, losing even the pliancy of his bantering disposition, retorted, "I'm as competent as you are." "Shut up," resumed a comrade, a very irascible little painter with a fair complexion. "You surely don't want to make us swallow such a turnip as that?" "Yes, yes, a turnip." They all repeated the word in tones of conviction, that word which they usually cast at the very worst smudges, at the pale, cold, glary painting of daubers. "All right," at last said Fagerolles, clenching his teeth. "I demand the vote." Since the discussion had become envenomed, Mozel had been ringing his bell, extremely flushed at finding his authority ignored. "Gentlemen, come, gentlemen. It's extraordinary that one can't settle matters without shouting, I beg of you, gentlemen." At last he obtained a little silence. In reality, he was not a bad-hearted man. Why should not they admit that little picture, although he himself thought it execrable? They admitted so many others. "Come, gentlemen, the vote is asked for." He himself was, perhaps, about to raise his hand, when Bongrand, who had hitherto remained silent, with the blood rising to his cheeks in the anger he was trying to restrain, abruptly went off like a pop-gun, most unseasonably giving vent to the protestations of his rebellious conscience. "But, curse it all! There are not 4 among us capable of turning out such a piece of work." Some grunts sped around. But the sledgehammer blow had come upon them with such force that nobody answered. "Gentlemen, the vote is asked for," curtly repeated Mozel, who had turned pale. His tone sufficed to explain everything. It expressed all his latent hatred of Bongrand, the fierce rivalry that lay hidden under their seemingly good-natured handshakes. Things rarely came to such a pass as this. They almost always arranged matters. But in the depths of their ravaged pride there were wounds which always bled. They secretly waged duels which tortured them with agony, despite the smile upon their lips. Bongrand and Fagerolles alone raised their hands, and the dead child, being rejected, could only perhaps be rescued at the general revision. This general revision was the terrible part of the task. Although, after 20 days' continuous toil, the committee allowed itself 48 hours rest, so as to enable the keepers to prepare the final work. It could not help shuddering on the afternoon when it came upon the assemblage of 3,000 rejected paintings, from among which it had to rescue as many canvases as were necessary for the then regulation total of 2,500 admitted works to be complete. Ah! Those 3,000 pictures, placed one after the other alongside the walls of all the galleries, including the outer one, deposited also even on the floors, and lying there like stagnant pools, between which the attendants devised little paths. They were like an inundation, a deluge, which rose up, streamed over the whole Palais de l'Industrie, and submerged it beneath the murky flow of all the mediocrity and madness to be found in the river of art. And but a single afternoon sitting was held, from 1 till 7 o'clock, 6 hours of wild galloping through a maze. At first they held out against fatigue and strove to keep their vision clear. But the forced march soon made their legs give way, their eyesight was irritated by all the dancing colors, and yet it was still necessary to march on, to look and judge. Even until they broke down with fatigue. By 4 o'clock the march was like a rout, the scattering of a defeated army. Some committeemen, out of breath, dragged themselves along very far in the rear. Others, isolated, lost amid the frames, followed the narrow paths, renouncing all prospect of emerging from them, turning round and round without any hope of ever getting to the end. How could they be just and impartial, good heavens? What could they select from amid that heap of horrors? Without clearly distinguishing a landscape from a portrait, they made up the number they required in potluck fashion. 200, 240, another 8, they still wanted 8 more. That one? No, that other. As you like. 7, 8, it was over. At last they had got to the end, and they hobbled away, saved, free. In one gallery a fresh scene drew them once more round the dead child, lying on the floor among other waifs. But this time they jested. A joker pretended to stumble and set his foot in the middle of the canvas, while others trotted along the surrounding little paths, as if trying to find out which was the picture's top and which its bottom, and declaring that it looked much better topsy-turvy. Fagerolles himself also began to joke. Come, a little courage, gentlemen, go the round, examine it, you'll be repaid for your trouble. Really now, gentlemen, be kind, rescue it. Pray do that good action. They all grew merry in listening to him, but with cruel laughter they refused more harshly than ever. No, no, never. Will you take it for your charity? Cried a comrade. This was a custom, the committeemen had a right to a charity. Each of them could select a canvas among the lot, no matter how execrable it might be, and it was thereupon admitted without examination. As a rule, the bounty of this admission was bestowed upon poor artists. The 40 paintings thus rescued at the 11th hour, were those of the beggars at the door, those whom one allowed to glide with empty stomachs to the far end of the table. For my charity, repeated Fagerolles, feeling very much embarrassed. The fact is, I meant to take another painting for my charity. Yes, some flowers by a lady. He was interrupted by loud jeers. Was she pretty? In front of the women's paintings the gentlemen were particularly prone to sneer, never displaying the least gallantry. And Fagerolles remained perplexed, for the lady in question was a person whom Irma took an interest in. He trembled at the idea of the terrible scene which would ensue should he fail to keep his promise. An expedient occurred to him. Well, and you, Bongrand? You might very well take this funny little dead child for your charity. Bongrand, wounded to the heart, indignant at all the bartering, waved his long arms. What? I insult a real painter in that fashion? Let him be prouder, dash it, and never send anything to the Salon. Then, as the others still went on sneering, Fagerolles, desirous that victory should remain to him, made up his mind, with a proud air. Like a man who is conscious of his strength and does not fear being compromised. All right, I'll take it for my charity, he said. The others shouted bravo, and gave him a bantering ovation, with a series of profound bows and numerous handshakes. All honor to the brave fellow who had the courage of his opinions. And an attendant carried away in his arms the poor derided, jolted, soiled canvas. And thus it was that a picture by the painter of In the Open Air was at last accepted by the hanging committee of the Salon. On the very next morning a note from Fagerolles apprised Claude, in a couple of lines, that he had succeeded in getting the dead child admitted, but that it had not been managed without trouble. Claude, despite the gladness of the tidings, felt a pang at his heart. The note was so brief, and was written in such a protecting, pitying style, that all the humiliating features of the business were apparent to him. For a moment he felt sorry over this victory, so much so that he would have liked to take his work back and hide it. Then his delicacy of feeling, his artistic pride again gave way, so much did protracted waiting for success make his wretched heart bleed. Ah! To be seen, to make his way despite everything. He had reached the point when conscience capitulates. He once more began to long for the opening of the Salon with all the feverish impatience of a beginner, again living in a state of illusion which showed him a crowd. A press of moving heads acclaiming his canvas. By degrees Paris had made it the fashion to patronize Varnishing Day, that day formerly set aside for painters only to come and finish the toilets of their pictures. Now, however, it was like a feast of early fruit, one of those solemnities which set the city agog and attract a tremendous crowd. For a week past the newspaper press, the streets, and the public had belonged to the artists. They held Paris in their grasp. The only matters talked of were themselves, their exhibits, their sayings or doings, in fact, everything connected with them. It was one of those infatuations which at last draw bands of country folk, common soldiers, and even nursemaids to the galleries on days of gratuitous admission. In such wise that 50,000 visitors are recorded on some fine Sundays, an entire army, all the rear battalions of the ignorant lower orders, following society, and marching, with dilated eyes, through that vast picture shop. That famous Varnishing Day at first frightened Claude, who was intimidated by the thought of all the fine people whom the newspapers spoke about. And he resolved to wait for the more democratic day of the real inauguration. He even refused to accompany Sandoz. But he was consumed by such a fever, that after all he started off abruptly at 8 o'clock in the morning, barely taking time to eat a bit of bread and cheese beforehand. Christine, who lacked the courage to go with him, kissed him again and again, feeling anxious and moved. "Mind, my dear, don't worry, whatever happens," said she. Claude felt somewhat oppressed as he entered the gallery of honor. His heart was beating fast from the swiftness with which he had climbed the grand staircase. There was a limpid May sky out of doors, and through the linen awnings, stretched under the glazed roof, there filtered a bright white light, while the open doorways, communicating with the garden gallery, admitted moist gusts of quivering freshness. For a moment Claude drew breath in that atmosphere which was already tainted with a vague smell of varnish and the odor of the musk with which the women present perfumed themselves. At a glance he took stock of the pictures on the walls, a huge massacre scene in front of him, streaming with carmine, a colossal, pallid, religious picture on his left. A government order, the commonplace delineation of some official festivity, on the right. And then a variety of portraits, landscapes, and indoor scenes, all glaring sharply amid the fresh gilding of their frames. However, the fear which he retained of the folks usually present at this solemnity led him to direct his glances upon the gradually increasing crowd. On a circular settee in the center of the gallery, from which sprang a sheaf of tropical foliage, there sat 3 ladies, 3 monstrously fat creatures, attired in an abominable fashion, who had settled there to indulge in a whole day's backbiting. Behind him he heard somebody crushing harsh syllables in a hoarse voice. It was an Englishman in a check-pattern jacket, explaining the massacre scene to a yellow woman buried in the depths of a traveling ulster. There were some vacant spaces. Groups of people formed, scattered, and formed again further on, all heads were raised. The men carried walking sticks and had overcoats on their arms, the women strolled about slowly, showing distant profiles as they stopped before the pictures. And Claude's artistic eye was caught by the flowers in their hats and bonnets, which seemed very loud in tint amid the dark waves of the men's silk hats. He perceived 3 priests, 2 common soldiers who had found their way there no one knew whence, some endless processions of gentlemen decorated with the ribbon of the Legion of Honor, and troops of girls and their mothers, who constantly impeded the circulation. However, a good many of these people knew each other, there were smiles and bows from afar, at times a rapid handshake in passing. And conversation was carried on in a discreet tone of voice, above which rose the continuous tramping of feet. Then Claude began to look for his own picture. He tried to find his way by means of the initial letters inscribed above the entrances of the galleries, but made a mistake, and went through those on the left hand. There was a succession of open entrances, a perspective of old tapestry door hangings, with glimpses of the distant pictures. He went as far as the Great Western Gallery, and came back by the parallel suite of smaller galleries without finding that allotted to the letter L. And when he reached the Gallery of Honor again, the crowd had greatly increased. In fact, it was now scarcely possible for one to move about there. Being unable to advance, he looked around, and recognized a number of painters, that nation of painters which was at home there that day, and was therefore doing the honors of its abode. Claude particularly remarked an old friend of the Boutin studio, a young fellow consumed with the desire to advertise himself, who had been working for a medal, and who was now pouncing upon all the visitors possessed of any influence and forcibly taking them to see his pictures. Then there was a celebrated and wealthy painter who received his visitors in front of his work with a smile of triumph on his lips, showing himself compromisingly gallant with the ladies, who formed quite a court around him. And there were all the others, the rivals who execrated one another, although they shouted words of praise in full voices. The savage fellows who covertly watched their comrade's success from the corner of a doorway. The timid ones whom one could not for an empire induce to pass through the gallery where their pictures were hung. The jokers who hid the bitter mortification of their defeat under an amusing witticism. The sincere ones who were absorbed in contemplation, trying to understand the various works, and already in fancy distributing the medals. And the painters' families were also there. One charming young woman was accompanied by a coquettishly bedecked child, a sour-looking, skinny matron of middle-class birth was flanked by 2 ugly urchins in black. A fat mother had foundered on a bench amid quite a tribe of dirty brats. And a lady of mature charms, still very good-looking, stood beside her grown-up daughter, quietly watching a hussy pass, this hussy being the father's mistress. And then there were also the models, women who pulled one another by the sleeve, who showed one another their own forms in the various pictorial nudities. Talking very loudly the while and dressed without taste. Spoiling their superb figures by such wretched gowns that they seemed to be humpbacked beside the well-dressed dolls, those Parisiennes who owed their figures entirely to their dressmakers. When Claude got free of the crowd, he enfilade the line of doorways on the right hand. His letter was on that side, but he searched the galleries marked with an L without finding anything. Perhaps his canvas had gone astray and served to fill up a vacancy elsewhere. So when he had reached the large eastern gallery, he set off along a number of other little ones, a secluded suite visited by very few people, where the pictures seemed to frown with boredom. And there again he found nothing. Bewildered, distracted, he roamed about, went on to the garden gallery, searching among the superabundant exhibits which overflowed there, pallid and shivering in the crude light. And eventually, after other distant excursions, he tumbled into the Gallery of Honor for the third time. There was now quite a crush there. All those who in any way create a stir in Paris were assembled together, the celebrities, the wealthy, the adored, talent, money and grace, the masters of romance, of the drama and of journalism. Clubmen, racing men and speculators, women of every category, hussies, actresses and society belles. And Claude, angered by his vain search, grew amazed at the vulgarity of the faces thus massed together, at the incongruity of the toilets, but a few of which were elegant. While so many were common-looking, at the lack of majesty which that vaunted society displayed, to such a point, indeed, that the fear which had made him tremble was changed into contempt. Were these the people, then, who were going to jeer at his picture, provided it were found again? Two little reporters with fair complexions were completing a list of persons whose names they intended to mention. A critic pretended to take some notes on the margin of his catalogue. Another was holding forth in professor's style in the center of a party of beginners. A third, all by himself, with his hands behind his back, seemed rooted to one spot, crushing each work beneath his august impassibility. And what especially struck Claude was the jostling flock-like behavior of the people, their banded curiosity in which there was nothing youthful or passionate, the bitterness of their voices, the weariness to be read on their faces, their general appearance of suffering. Envy was already at work. There was the gentleman who makes himself witty with the ladies, the one who, without a word, looks, gives a terrible shrug of the shoulders, and then goes off. And there were the two who remain for a quarter of an hour leaning over the handrail, with their noses close to a little canvas, whispering very low and exchanging the knowing glances of conspirators. But Fagerolles had just appeared, and amid the continuous ebb and flow of the groups there seemed to be no one left but him. With his hand outstretched, he seemed to show himself everywhere at the same time, lavishly exerting himself to play the double part of a young master and an influential member of the hanging committee. Overwhelmed with praise, thanks, and complaints, he had an answer ready for everybody without losing aught of his affability. Since early morning he had been resisting the assault of the petty painters of his set who found their pictures badly hung. It was the usual scamper of the first moment, everybody looking for everybody else, rushing to see one another and bursting into recriminations, noisy, interminable fury. Either the picture was too high up, or the light did not fall upon it properly, or the paintings near it destroyed its effect. In fact, some talked of unhooking their works and carrying them off. One tall thin fellow was especially tenacious, going from gallery to gallery in pursuit of Fagerolles, who vainly explained that he was innocent in the matter and could do nothing. Numerical order was followed, the pictures for each wall were deposited on the floor below and then hung up without anybody being favored. He carried his obligingness so far as to promise his intervention when the galleries were rearranged after the medals had been awarded. But even then he did not manage to calm the tall thin fellow, who still continued pursuing him. Claude for a moment elbowed his way through the crowd to go and ask Fagerolles where his picture had been hung. But on seeing his friend so surrounded, pride restrained him. Was there not something absurd and painful about this constant need of another's help? Besides, he suddenly reflected that he must have skipped a whole suite of galleries on the right-hand side. And, indeed, there were fresh leagues of painting there. He ended by reaching a gallery where a stifling crowd was massed in front of a large picture which filled the central panel of honor. At first he could not see it, there was such a surging sea of shoulders, such a thick wall of heads, such a rampart of hats. People rushed forward with gaping admiration. At length, however, by dint of rising on tiptoe, he perceived the marvel, and recognized the subject, by what had been told him. It was Fagerolles' picture. And in that picnic he found his own forgotten work, in the open air, the same light key of color, the same artistic formula, but softened, trickishly rendered, spoilt by skin-deep elegance. Everything being arranged with infinite skill to satisfy the low ideal of the public. Fagerolles had not made the mistake of stripping his three women, but, clad in the audacious toilets of women of society, they showed no little of their persons. As for the two gallant gentlemen in summer jackets beside them, they realized the ideal of everything most distingué. While afar off a footman was pulling a hamper off the box of a landau drawn up behind the trees. The whole of it, the figures, the drapery, the bits of still life of the repast, stood out gaily in full sunlight against the darkened foliage of the background. And the supreme skill of the painter lay in his pretended audacity, in a mendacious semblance of forcible treatment which just sufficed to send the multitude into ecstasies. It was like a storm in a cream jug. Claude, being unable to approach, listened to the remarks around him. At last there was a man who depicted real truth. He did not press his points like those fools of the new school, he knew how to convey everything without showing anything. Ah! The art of knowing where to draw the line, the art of letting things be guessed, the respect due to the public, the approval of good society. And with all such delicacy, such charm and art. He did not unseasonably deliver himself of passionate things of exuberant design, no, when he had taken 3 notes from nature, he gave those 3 notes, nothing more. A newspaper man who arrived went into raptures over the picnic, and coined the expression, a very Parisian style of painting. It was repeated, and people no longer passed without declaring that the picture was very Parisian, indeed. All those bent shoulders, all those admiring remarks rising from a sea of spines, ended by exasperating Claude. And seized with a longing to see the faces of the folk who created success, he maneuvered in such a way as to lean his back against the handrail hard by. From that point, he had the public in front of him in the grey light filtering through the linen awning which kept the center of the gallery in shade. Whilst the brighter light, gliding from the edges of the blinds, illumined the paintings on the walls with a white flow, in which the gilding of the frames acquired a warm sunshiny tint. Claude at once recognized the people who had formerly derided him. If these were not the same, they were at least their relatives, serious, however, and enraptured. Their appearance greatly improved by their respectful attention. The evil look, the weariness, which he had at first remarked on their faces, as envious bile drew their skin together and dyed it yellow, disappeared here while they enjoyed the treat of an amiable lie. 2 fat ladies, open-mouthed, were yawning with satisfaction. Some old gentlemen opened their eyes wide with a knowing air. A husband explained the subject to his young wife, who jogged her chin with a pretty motion of the neck. There was every kind of marveling, beatifical, astonished, profound, gay, austere, amidst unconscious smiles and languid postures of the head. The men threw back their black silk hats, the flowers in the women's bonnets glided to the napes of their necks. And all the faces, after remaining motionless for a moment, were then drawn aside and replaced by others exactly like them. Then Claude, stupefied by that triumph, virtually forgot everything else. The gallery was becoming too small, fresh bands of people constantly accumulated inside it. There were no more vacant spaces, as there had been early in the morning. No more cool whiffs rose from the garden amid the ambient smell of varnish. The atmosphere was now becoming hot and bitter with the perfume scattered by the women's dresses. Before long the predominant odor suggested that of a wet dog. It must have been raining outside. One of those sudden spring showers had no doubt fallen. For the last arrivals brought moisture with them, their clothes hung about them heavily and seemed to steam as soon as they encountered the heat of the gallery. And, indeed, patches of darkness had for a moment been passing above the awning of the roof. Claude, who raised his eyes, guessed that large clouds were galloping onward lashed by the north wind, that driving rain was beating upon the glass panes. More like shadows darted along the walls, all the paintings became dim, the spectators themselves were blended in obscurity until the cloud was carried away. Whereupon the painter saw the heads again emerge from the twilight, ever agape with idiotic rapture. But there was another cup of bitterness in reserve for Claude. On the left-hand panel, facing Fagerolles, he perceived Bongren's picture. And in front of that painting there was no crush whatever. The visitors walked by with an air of indifference. Yet it was Bongren's supreme effort, the thrust he had been trying to give for years, a last work conceived in his obstinate craving to prove the virility of his decline. The hatred he harbored against the village wedding, that first masterpiece which had weighed upon all his toilsome afterlife, had impelled him to select a contrasting but corresponding subject, the village funeral, the funeral of a young girl, with relatives and friends straggling among fields of rye and oats. Bongrand had wrestled with himself, saying that people should see if he were done for, if the experience of his 60 years were not worth all the lucky dash of his youth. And now experience was defeated, the picture was destined to be a mournful failure, like the silent fall of an old man, which does not even stay passers-by in their onward course. There were still some masterly bits, the choirboy holding the cross, the group of daughters of the Virgin carrying the bier, whose white dresses and ruddy flesh furnished a pretty contrast with the black Sunday toggery of the rustic mourners, among all the green stuff. Only the priest in his alb, the girl carrying the Virgin's banner, the family following the body, were drilly handled. The whole picture, in fact, was displeasing in its very science and the obstinate stiffness of its treatment. One found in it a fatal, unconscious return to the troubled romanticism which had been the starting point of the painter's career. And the worst of the business was that there was justification for the indifference with which the public treated that art of another period, that cooked and somewhat dull style of painting, which no longer stopped one on one's way, since great blazes of light had come into vogue. It precisely happened that Bongrand entered the gallery with the hesitating step of a timid beginner. And Claude felt a pang at his heart as he saw him give a glance at his neglected picture and then another at Fagerolles, which was bringing on a riot. At that moment the old painter must have been acutely conscious of his fall. If he had so far been devoured by the fear of slow decline, it was because he still doubted. And now he obtained sudden certainty. He was surviving his reputation, his talent was dead, he would never more give birth to living, palpitating works. He became very pale, and was about to turn and flee, when Chambouvard, the sculptor, entering the gallery by the other door, followed by his customary train of disciples, called to him without caring a fig for the people present. "Ah! You humbug, I catch you at it, admiring yourself." He, Chambouvard, exhibited that year an execrable reaping woman, one of those stupidly spoilt figures which seemed like hoaxes on his part, so unworthy they were of his powerful hands. But he was none the less radiant, feeling certain that he had turned out yet another masterpiece, and promenading his godlike infallibility through the crowd which he did not hear laughing at him. Bongrand did not answer, but looked at him with eyes scorched by fever. "And my machine downstairs," continued the sculptor. "Have you seen it? The little fellows of nowadays may try it on, but we are the only masters, we, old France." And thereupon he went off, followed by his court and bowing to the astonished public. "The brute!" muttered Bongrand, suffocating with grief, as indignant as at the outburst of some low-bred fellow beside a deathbed. He perceived Claude, and approached him. Was it not cowardly to flee from this gallery? And he determined to show his courage, his lofty soul, into which envy had never entered. Our friend Fagerolles has a success and no mistake, he said. I should be a hypocrite if I went into ecstasies over his picture, which I scarcely like. But he himself is really a very nice fellow indeed. Besides, you know how he exerted himself on your behalf. Claude was trying to find a word of admiration for the village funeral. The little cemetery in the background is so pretty, he said at last. Is it possible that the public... But Bongrand interrupted him in a rough voice. No compliments of condolence, my friend, I see clear enough. At this moment somebody nodded to them in a familiar way, and Claude recognized Naudette, a Naudette who had grown and expanded, gilded by the success of his colossal strokes of business. Ambition was turning his head, he talked about sinking all the other picture dealers. He had built himself a palace, in which he posed as the king of the market, centralizing masterpieces, and there opening large art shops of the modern style. One heard a jingle of millions on the very threshold of his hall, he held exhibitions there, even ran up other galleries elsewhere. And each time that May came round, he awaited the visits of the American amateurs whom he charged 50,000 francs for a picture which he himself had purchased for 10,000. Moreover, he lived in princely style, with a wife and children, a mistress, a country estate in Picardy, and extensive shooting grounds. His first large profits had come from the rise in value of works left by illustrious artists, now defunct, whose talent had been denied while they lived, such as Courbet, Millet, and Rousseau. And this had ended by making him disdain any picture signed by a still struggling artist. However, ominous rumors were already in circulation. As the number of well-known pictures was limited, and the number of amateurs could barely be increased, a time seemed to be coming when business would prove very difficult. There was talk of a syndicate, of an understanding with certain bankers to keep up the present high prices. The expedient of simulated sales was resorted to at the Hotel Drouot, pictures being bought in at a big figure by the dealer himself, and bankruptcy seemed to be at the end of all that stock exchange jobbery. A perfect tumble head over heels after all the excessive, mendacious agitage. Good day, dear master, said Naudette, who had drawn near. So you have come, like everybody else, to see my Fagerolles, He no longer treated Bongrand in the wheedling, respectful manner of yore. And he spoke of Fagerolles as of a painter belonging to him, of a workman to whom he paid wages, and whom he often scolded. It was he who had settled the young artist in the Avenue de Villiers, compelling him to have a little mansion of his own, furnishing it as he would have furnished a place for a hussy. Running him into debt with supplies of carpets and knickknacks, so that he might afterwards hold him at his mercy. And now he began to accuse him of lacking orderliness and seriousness, of compromising himself like a feather brain. Take that picture, for instance, a serious painter would never have sent it to the Salon, it made a stir, no doubt, and people even talked of its obtaining the Medal of Honor. But nothing could have a worse effect on high prices. When a man wanted to get hold of the Yankees, he ought to know how to remain at home, like an idol in the depths of his tabernacle. You may believe me or not, my dear fellow, he said to Bongrand. But I would have given 20,000 francs out of my pocket to prevent those stupid newspapers from making all this row about my Fagerolles this year. Bongrand, who, despite his sufferings, was listening bravely, smiled. In point of fact, he said, they are perhaps carrying indiscretion too far. I read an article yesterday in which I learnt that Fagerolles ate 2 boiled eggs every morning. He laughed over the coarse puffery which, after a first article on the young master's picture, as yet seen by nobody, had for a week past kept all Paris occupied about him. The whole fraternity of reporters had been campaigning, stripping Fagerolles to the skin, telling their readers all about his father, the artistic zinc manufacturer, his education, the house in which he resided, how he lived, even revealing the color of his socks, and mentioning a habit he had of pinching his nose. And he was the passion of the hour, the young master, according to the tastes of the day, one who had been lucky enough to miss the Prix de Rome, and break off with the School of Arts. Whose principles, however, he retained. After all, the success of that style of painting which aims merely at approximating reality, not at rendering it in all its truth, was the fortune of a season which the wind brings and blows away again, a mere whim on the part of the great lunatic city. The stir it caused was like that occasioned by some accident, which upsets the crowd in the morning and is forgotten by night amidst general indifference. However, Naudette noticed the village funeral. "Hullo! That's your picture, eh?" he said. "So you wanted to give a companion to the wedding? Well, I should have tried to dissuade you." "Ah! The wedding! The wedding!" Bongrand still listened to him without ceasing to smile. Barely a twinge of pain passed over his trembling lips. He forgot his masterpieces, the certainty of leaving an immortal name. He was only cognizant of the vogue which that youngster, unworthy of cleaning his palate, had so suddenly and easily acquired. That vogue which seemed to be pushing him, Bongrand, into oblivion, he who had struggled for 10 years before he had succeeded in making himself known. Ah! When the new generations bury a man, if they only knew what tears of blood they make him shed in death. However, as he had remained silent, he was seized with the fear that he might have let his suffering be divined. Was he falling to the baseness of envy? Anger with himself made him raise his head. A man should die erect. And instead of giving the violent answer which was rising to his lips, he said in a familiar way, "You are right, Naudette. I should have done better if I had gone to bed on the day when the idea of that picture occurred to me. Ah! There he is, excuse me," cried the dealer, making off. It was Fagerolles showing himself at the entrance of the gallery. He discreetly stood there without entering, carrying his good fortune with the ease of a man who knows what he is about. Besides, he was looking for somebody. He made a sign to a young man, and gave him an answer, a favorable one, no doubt, for the other brimmed over with gratitude. Then 2 other persons sprang forward to congratulate him. A woman detained him, showing him, with a martyr's gesture, a bit of still life hung in a dark corner. And finally he disappeared, after casting but one glance at the people in raptures before his picture. Claude, who had looked and listened, was overwhelmed with sadness. The crush was still increasing. He now had not before him but faces gaping and sweating in the heat, which had become intolerable. Above the nearer shoulders rose others, and so on as far as the door, whence those who could see nothing pointed out the painting to each other with the tips of their umbrellas, from which dripped the water left by the showers outside. And Bongrand remained there out of pride, erect in defeat, firmly planted on his legs, those of an old combatant, and gazing with limpid eyes upon ungrateful Paris. He wished to finish like a brave man, whose kindness of heart is boundless. Claude, who spoke to him without receiving any answer, saw very well that there was nothing behind that calm, gay face. The mind was absent, it had flown away in mourning, bleeding with frightful torture, and thereupon, full of alarm and respect, he did not insist, but went off. And Bongrand, with his vacant eyes, did not even notice his departure. A new idea had just impelled Claude onward through the crowd. He was lost in wonderment at not having been able to discover his picture. But nothing could be more simple. Was there not some gallery where people grinned, some corner full of noise and banter, some gathering of jesting spectators, insulting a picture? That picture would assuredly be his. He could still hear the laughter of the bygone salon of the rejected. And now at the door of each gallery he listened to ascertain if it were there that he was being hissed. However, as he found himself once more in the Eastern Gallery, that hall where great art agonizes, that depository where vast, cold, and gloomy historical and religious compositions are accumulated, he started, and remained motionless with his eyes turned upward. He had passed through that gallery twice already, and yet that was certainly his picture up yonder, so high up that he hesitated about recognizing it. It looked, indeed, so little, poised like a swallow at the corner of a frame, the monumental frame of an immense painting 5 and 30 feet long, representing the deluge. A swarming of yellow figures turning topsy-turvy in water of the hue of wine lees. On the left, moreover, there was a pitiable ashen portrait of a general, on the right a colossal nymph in a moonlit landscape, the bloodless corpse of a murdered woman rotting away on some grass. And everywhere around there were mournful violet-shaded things, mixed up with a comic scene of some bibulous monks, and an opening of the Chamber of Deputies. With a whole page of writing on a gilded cartouche, bearing the heads of the better-known deputies, drawn in outline, together with their names. And high up, amid those livid neighbors, the little canvas, overcoarse in treatment, glared ferociously with the painful grimace of a monster. Ah! The dead child! At that distance the wretched little creature was but a confused lump of flesh, the lifeless carcass of some shapeless animal. Was that swollen, whitened head a skull or a stomach? And those poor hands twisted among the bedclothes, like the bent claws of a bird killed by cold. And the bed itself, that pallidity of the sheets, below the pallidity of the limbs, all that white looking so sad, those tints fading away as if typical of the supreme end. Afterwards, however, one distinguished the light eyes staring fixedly, one recognized a child's head, and it all seemed to suggest some disease of the brain, profoundly and frightfully pitiful. Claude approached, and then drew back to see the better. The light was so bad that refractions darted from all points across the canvas. How they had hung his little Jacques! No doubt out of disdain, or perhaps from shame, so as to get rid of the child's lugubrious ugliness. But Claude evoked the little fellow such as he had once been, and beheld him again over yonder in the country, so fresh and pinky, as he rolled about in the grass. Then in the Rue de Douai, growing pale and stupid by degrees, and then in the Rue Turlock, no longer able to carry his head, and dying one night, all alone, while his mother was asleep. And he beheld her also, that mother, the sad woman who had stopped at home, to weep there, no doubt, as she was now in the habit of doing for entire days. No matter, she had done right in not coming. 'Twas too mournful, their little Jacques, already cold in his bed, cast on one side like a pariah, and so brutalized by the dancing light that his face seemed to be laughing, distorted by an abominable grin. But Claude suffered still more from the loneliness of his work. Astonishment and disappointment made him look for the crowd, the rush which he had anticipated. Why was he not hooted? Ah! The insults of yore, the mocking, the indignation that had rent his heart, but made him live. No, nothing more, not even a passing expectoration, this was death. The visitors filed rapidly through the long gallery, seized with boredom. There were merely some people in front of the opening of the chamber, where they collected to read the inscriptions, and show each other the deputies' heads. At last, hearing some laughter behind him, he turned round. But nobody was jeering, some visitors were simply making merry over the tipsy monks, the comic success of the salon, which some gentlemen explained to some ladies, declaring that it was brilliantly witty. And all these people passed beneath little Jacques, and not a head was raised, not a soul even knew that he was up there. However, the painter had a gleam of hope. On the central settee, two personages, one of them fat and the other thin, and both of them decorated with the Legion of Honor, sat talking, reclining against the velvet, and looking at the pictures in front of them. Claude drew near them and listened. And I followed them, said the fat fellow. They went along the Rue Saint-Honoré, the Rue St. Roch, the Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin, the Rue Lafayette. And you spoke to them? Asked the thin man, who appeared to be deeply interested. No, I was afraid of getting in a rage. Claude went off and returned on 3 occasions, his heart beating fast each time that some visitor stopped short and glanced slowly from the line to the ceiling. He felt an unhealthy longing to hear one word, but one. Why exhibit? How fathom public opinion? Anything rather than such torturing silence. And he almost suffocated when he saw a young married couple approach, the husband a good-looking fellow with little fair mustaches, the wife, charming, with the delicate slim figure of a shepherdess in Dresden china. She had perceived the picture, and asked what the subject was, stupefied that she could make nothing out of it. And when her husband, turning over the leaves of the catalogue, had found the title, The Dead Child, she dragged him away, shuddering, and raising this cry of affright. "Oh, the horror! The police oughtn't to allow such horrors." Then Claude remained there, erect, unconscious and haunted, his eyes raised on high, amid the continuous flow of the crowd which passed on, quite indifferent. Without one glance for that unique sacred thing, visible to him alone. And it was there that Sandoz came upon him, amid the jostling. The novelist, who had been strolling about alone, his wife having remained at home beside his ailing mother, had just stopped short, heart-rent, below the little canvas, which he had espied by chance. Ah! How disgusted he felt with life! He abruptly lived the days of his youth over again. He recalled the College of Plassans, his freaks with Claude on the banks of the Viorne, their long excursions under the burning sun, and all the flaming of their early ambition. And, later on, when they had lived side by side, he remembered their efforts, their certainty of coming glory, that fine irresistible, immoderate appetite that had made them talk of swallowing Paris at one bite. How many times, at that period, had he seen in Claude a great man, whose unbridled genius would leave the talent of all others far behind in the rear. First had come the studio of the Impasse de Bourdonnais, later, the studio of the Quai de Bourbon, with dreams of vast compositions, projects big enough to make the Louvre burst. And, meanwhile, the struggle was incessant. The painter labored 10 hours a day, devoting his whole being to his work. And then what? After 20 years of that passionate life he ended thus. He finished with that poor, sinister little thing, which nobody noticed, which looked so distressfully sad in its leper-like solitude. So much hope and torture, a lifetime spent in the toil of creating, to come to that, good God! Sandoz recognized Claude standing by, and fraternal emotion made his voice quake as he said to him, "What? So you came? Why did you refuse to call for me, then?" The painter did not even apologize. He seemed very tired, overcome with somniferous stupor. "Well, don't stay here," added Sandoz. "It's past 12 o'clock, and you must lunch with me. Some people were to wait for me at Ledoyen's, but I shall give them the go-by. Let's go down to the buffet, we shall pick up our spirits there, old fellow." And then Sandoz led him away, holding his arm, pressing it, warming it, and trying to draw him from his mournful silence. "Come, dash it all. You mustn't give way like that. Although they have hung your picture badly, it is all the same superb, a real bit of genuine painting. Oh! I know that you dreamt of something else. But you are not dead yet, it will be for later on. And, just look, you ought to be proud, for it's you who really triumph at the Salon this year. Fagerolles isn't the only one who pillages you, they all imitate you now. You have revolutionized them since your open air, which they laughed so much about. Look, look! There's an open-air effect, and there's another, and here and there, they all do it." He waved his hand towards the pictures as he and Claude passed along the galleries. In point of fact, the dash of clear light, introduced by degrees into contemporary painting, had fully burst forth at last. The dingy salons of yore, with their pitchy canvases, had made way for a salon full of sunshine, gay as spring itself. It was the dawn, the aurora which had first gleamed at the Salon of the Rejected, and which was now rising and rejuvenating art with a fine, diffuse light, full of infinite shades. On all sides you found Claude's famous bluey tinge, even in the portraits and the genre scenes, which had acquired the dimensions and the serious character of historical paintings. The old academical subjects had disappeared with the cooked juices of tradition, as if the condemned doctrine had carried its people of shadows away with it. Rare were the works of pure imagination, the cadaverous nudities of mythology and Catholicism, the legendary subjects painted without faith, the anecdotic bits destitute of life, in fact. All the bric-a-brac of the school of arts used up by generations of tricksters and fools. And the influence of the new principle was evident even among those artists who lingered over the antique recipes, even among the former masters who had now grown old. The flash of sunlight had penetrated to their studios. From afar, at every step you took, you saw a painting transpierce the wall and form, as it were, a window open upon nature. Soon the walls themselves would fall, and nature would walk in, for the breach was a broad one, and the assault had driven routine away in that gay battle waged by audacity and youth. Ah! Your lot is a fine one, all the same, old fellow, continued Sandoz. The art of tomorrow will be yours, you have made them all. Claude thereupon opened his mouth, and, with an air of gloomy brutality, said in a low voice. What do I care if I have made them all, when I haven't made myself? See here, it's too big an affair for me, and that's what stifles me. He made a gesture to finish expressing his thought, his consciousness of his inability to prove the genius of the formula he had brought with him, the torture he felt at being merely a precursor. The one who sows the idea without reaping the glory, his grief at seeing himself pillaged, devoured by men who turned out hasty work. By a whole flight of fellows who scattered their efforts and lowered the new form of art. Before he or another had found strength enough to produce the masterpiece which would make the end of the century a date in art. But Sandoz protested, the future lay open. Then, to divert Claude, he stopped him while crossing the gallery of honor and said, "Just look at that lady in blue before that portrait. What a slap nature does give to painting. You remember when we used to look at the dresses and the animation of the galleries in former times? Not a painting then withstood the shock. And yet now there are some which don't suffer overmuch. I even noticed over there a landscape, the general yellowish tinge of which completely eclipsed all the women who approached it." Claude was quivering with unutterable suffering. "Pray, let's go," he said. "Take me away, I can't stand it any longer." They had all the trouble in the world to find a free table in the refreshment room. People were pressed together in that big, shady retreat, girt round with brown serge drapery under the girders of the lofty iron flooring of the upstairs galleries. In the background, and but partially visible in the darkness, stood 3 dressers displaying dishes of preserved fruit symmetrically ranged on shelves. While, nearer at hand, at counters placed on the right and left, 2 ladies, a dark one and a fair one, watched the crowd with a military air. And from the dim depths of this seeming cavern rose a sea of little marble tables, a tide of chairs, serried, entangled, surging, swelling, overflowing and spreading into the garden, under the broad, pallid light which fell from the glass roof. At last Sandoz saw some people rise. He darted forward and conquered the vacant table by sheer struggling with the mob. Ah! Dash it! We are here at all events. What will you have to eat? Claude made a gesture of indifference. The lunch was execrable. There was some trout softened by overboiling, some undercut of beef dried up in the oven, some asparagus smelling of moist linen, and, in addition, one had to fight to get served. For the hustled waiters, losing their heads, remained in distress in the narrow passages which the chairs were constantly blocking. Behind the hangings on the left, one could hear a racket of saucepans and crockery. The kitchen being installed there on the sand, like one of those kermesse cookshops set up by the roadside in the open air. Sandoz and Claude had to eat, seated obliquely and half strangled between 2 parties of people whose elbows almost ended by getting into their plates. And each time that a waiter passed he gave their chairs a shake with his hips. However, the inconvenience, like the abominable cookery, made one gay. People jested about the dishes, different tables fraternized together, common misfortune brought about a kind of pleasure party. Strangers ended by sympathizing. Friends kept up conversations, although they were seated 3 rows distant from one another, and were obliged to turn their heads and gesticulate over their neighbors' shoulders. The women particularly became animated, at first rather anxious as to the crush, and then unloving their hands, catching up their skirts, and laughing at the first thimbleful of neat wine they drank. However, Sandoz, who had renounced finishing his meat, raised his voice amid the terrible hubbub caused by the chatter and the serving. "A bit of cheese, eh? And let's try to get some coffee." Claude, whose eyes looked dreamy, did not hear. He was gazing into the garden. From his seat he could see the central clump of verdure, some lofty palms which stood in relief against the grey hangings with which the garden was decorated all round. A circle of statues was set out there, and you could see the back of a faun, the profile of a young girl with full cheeks. The face of a bronze gull, a colossal bit of romanticism which irritated one by its stupid assumption of patriotism, the trunk of a woman hanging by the wrists, some Andromeda of the Place Pigalle. And others still following the bends of the pathways, rows of shoulders and hips, heads, breasts, legs, and arms, all mingling and growing indistinct in the distance. On the left stretched a line of busts, such delightful ones, furnishing a most comical and uncommon suite of noses. There was the huge pointed nose of a priest, the tip-tilted nose of a soubrette, the handsome classical nose of a 15th-century Italian woman, the mere fancy nose of a sailor, in fact. Every kind of nose, both the magistrates and the manufacturers, and the nose of the gentleman decorated with the Legion of Honor, all of them motionless and ranged in endless succession. However, Claude saw nothing of them, to him they were but grey spots in the hazy, greenish light. His stupor still lasted, and he was only conscious of one thing, the luxuriousness of the women's dresses, of which he had formed a wrong estimate amid the pushing in the galleries. And which were here freely displayed, as if the wearers had been promenading over the gravel in the conservatory of some chateau. All the elegance of Paris passed by, the women who had come to show themselves, in dresses thoughtfully combined and destined to be described in the morrow's newspapers. People stared a great deal at an actress, who walked about with a queen-like tread, on the arm of a gentleman who assumed the complacent airs of a prince consort. The women of society looked like so many hussies, and they all of them took stock of one another with that slow glance which estimates the value of silk and the length of lace. And which ferrets everywhere, from the tips of boots to the feathers upon bonnets. This was neutral ground, so to say. Some ladies who were seated had drawn their chairs together, after the fashion in the garden of the Tuileries, and occupied themselves exclusively with criticizing those of their own sex who passed by. Two female friends quickened their pace, laughing. Another woman, all alone, walked up and down, mute, with a black look in her eyes. Some others, who had lost one another, met again, and began ejaculating about the adventure. And, meantime, the dark moving mass of men came to a standstill, then set off again till it stopped short before a bit of marble, or eddied back to a bit of bronze. And among the mere bourgeois, who were few in number, though all of them looked out of their element there, moved men with celebrated names, all the illustrations of Paris. A name of resounding glory re-echoed as a fat, ill-clad gentleman passed by, the winged name of a poet followed as a pale man with a flat, common face approached. A living wave was rising from this crowd in the even, colorless light when suddenly a flash of sunshine, from behind the clouds of a final shower, set the glass panes on high aflame, making the stained window on the western side resplendent, and raining down in golden particles through the still atmosphere. And then everything became warm, the snowy statues amid the shiny green stuff, the soft lawns parted by the yellow sand of the pathways, the rich dresses with their glossy satin and bright beads. Even the very voices, whose hilarious murmur seemed to crackle like a bright fire of vine shoots. Some gardeners, completing the arrangements of the flower beds, turned on the taps of the standpipes and promenaded about with their pots, the showers squirting from which came forth again in tepid steam from the drenched grass. And meanwhile a plucky sparrow, who had descended from the iron girders, despite the number of people, dipped his beak in the sand in front of the buffet, eating some crumbs which a young woman threw him by way of amusement. Of all the tumult, however, Claude only heard the ocean-like din afar, the rumbling of the people rolling onwards in the galleries. And a recollection came to him. He remembered that noise which had burst forth like a hurricane in front of his picture at the Salon of the Rejected. But nowadays people no longer laughed at him. Upstairs the giant roar of Paris was acclaiming Fagerolles. It so happened that Sandoz, who had turned round, said to Claude, "Hello. There's Fagerolles." And, indeed, Fagerolles and Jory had just laid hands on a table near by without noticing their friends, and the journalist, continuing in his gruff voice a conversation which had previously begun, remarked, "Yes, I saw his dead child. Ah. The poor devil. What an ending." But Fagerolles nudged Jory, and the latter, having caught sight of his two old comrades, immediately added, "Ah. That dear old Claude. How goes it, eh? You know that I haven't yet seen your picture. But I'm told that it's superb." "Superb," declared Fagerolles, who then began to express his surprise. "So you lunched here? What an idea. Everything is so awfully bad. We too have just come from Ledoyen's. Oh. Such a crowd and such hustling, such mirth. Bring your table nearer and let us chat a bit." They joined the two tables together. But flatterers and petitioners were already after the triumphant young master. Three friends rose up and noisily saluted him from afar. A lady became smilingly contemplative when her husband had whispered his name in her ear. And the tall, thin fellow, the artist whose picture had been badly hung, and who had pursued him since the morning, as enraged as ever, left a table where he was seated at the further end of the buffet, and again hurried forward to complain, imperatively demanding the line at once. "Oh. Go to the deuce," at last cried Fagerolles, his patience and amiability exhausted. And he added, when the other had gone off, mumbling some indistinct threats, "It's true. A fellow does all he can to be obliging, but those chaps would drive one mad. All of them on the line. Leagues of line, then. Ah. What a business it is to be a committeeman. One wears out one's legs, and one only reaps hatred as reward." Claude, who was looking at him with his oppressed air, seemed to wake up for a moment, and murmured, "I wrote to you. I wanted to go and see you to thank you. Bongrand told me about all the trouble you had. So thanks again." But Fagerolles hastily broke in. "Tut, tut. I certainly owed that much to our old friendship. It's I who am delighted to have given you any pleasure." He showed the embarrassment which always came upon him in presence of the acknowledged master of his youth. That kind of humility which filled him perforce when he was with the man whose mute disdain, even at this moment, sufficed to spoil all his triumph. "Your picture is very good," slowly added Claude, who wished to be kind-hearted and generous. This simple praise made Fagerolles' heart swell with exaggerated, irresistible emotion, springing he knew not whence. And this rascal, who believed in nothing, who was usually so proficient in humbug, answered in a shaky voice, "Ah. My dear fellow, ah. It's very kind of you to tell me that." Sandoz had at last obtained 2 cups of coffee, and as the waiter had forgotten to bring any sugar, he had to content himself with some pieces which a party had left on an adjoining table. A few tables, indeed, had now become vacant, but the general freedom had increased, and one woman's laughter rang out so loudly that every head turned round. The men were smoking, and a bluish cloud slowly rose above the straggling tablecloths, stained by wine and littered with dirty plates and dishes. When Fagerolles, on his aid, succeeded in obtaining 2 glasses of chartreuse for himself and Jory, he began to talk to Sandoz, whom he treated with a certain amount of deference, divining that the novelist might become a power. And Jory thereupon appropriated Claude, who had again become mournful and silent. "You know, my dear fellow," said the journalist, "I didn't send you any announcement of my marriage. On account of our position we managed it on the quiet without inviting any guests. All the same, I should have liked to let you know. You will excuse me, won't you?" He showed himself expansive, gave particulars, full of the happiness of life, and egotistically delighted to feel fat and victorious in front of that poor vanquished fellow. He succeeded with everything, he said. He had given up leader writing, feeling the necessity of settling down seriously, and he had risen to the editorship of a prominent art review, on which, so it was asserted, he made 30,000 francs a year, without mentioning certain profits realized by shady trafficking in the sale of art collections. The middle-class rapacity which he had inherited from his mother. The hereditary passion for profit which had secretly impelled him to embark in petty speculations as soon as he had gained a few coppers, now openly displayed itself. And ended by making him a terrible customer, who bled all the artists and amateurs who came under his clutches. It was amidst this good luck of his that Mathilde, now all-powerful, had brought him to the point of begging her, with tears in his eyes, to become his wife. A request which she had proudly refused during 6 long months. When folks are destined to live together, he continued, the best course is to set everything square. You experienced it yourself, my dear fellow, you know something about it, eh? And if I told you that she wouldn't consent at first, yes, it's a fact, for fear of being misjudged and of doing me harm. Oh! She has such grandeur, such delicacy of mind. No, nobody can have an idea of that woman's qualities. Devoted, taking all possible care of one, economical, and acute, too, and such a good adviser. Ah! It was a lucky chance that I met her. I no longer do anything without consulting her, I let her do as she likes, she manages everything, upon my word. The truth was that Mathilde had finished by reducing him to the frightened obedience of a little boy. The once dissolute she-ghoul had become a dictatorial spouse, eager for respect, and consumed with ambition and love of money. She showed, too, every form of sourish virtue. It was said that they had been seen taking the Holy Communion together at Notre Dame de Lorette. They kissed one another before other people, and called each other by endearing nicknames. Only, of an evening, he had to relate how he had spent his time during the day, and if the employment of a single hour remained suspicious, if he did not bring home all the money he had received. Down to the odd coppers, she led him the most abominable life imaginable. This, of course, Jory left unmentioned. By way of conclusion he exclaimed, and so we waited for my father's death, and then I married her. Claude, whose mind had so far been wandering, and who had merely nodded without listening, was struck by that last sentence. What? You married her, married Mathilde? That exclamation summed up all the astonishment that the affair caused him, all the recollections that occurred to him of Mahoudeau's shop. That Jory, why, he could still hear him talking about Mathilde in an abominable manner, and yet he had married her. It was really stupid for a fellow to speak badly of a woman, for he never knew if he might not end by marrying her some day or other. However, Jory was perfectly serene, his memory was dead, he never allowed himself an allusion to the past, never showed the slightest embarrassment when his comrades' eyes were turned on him. Besides, Mathilde seemed to be a newcomer. He introduced her to them as if they knew nothing whatever about her. Sandoz, who had lent an ear to the conversation, greatly interested by this fine business, called out as soon as Jory and Claude became silent. Let's be off, eh? My legs are getting numbed. But at that moment Irma Bicot appeared, and stopped in front of the buffet. With her hair freshly gilded, she had put on her best looks, all the tricky sheen of a tawny hussy, who seemed to have just stepped out of some old Renaissance frame. And she wore a train of light blue brocaded silk, with a satin skirt covered with Alisa lace, of such richness that quite an escort of gentlemen followed her in admiration. On perceiving Claude among the others, she hesitated for a moment, seized, as it were, with cowardly shame in front of that ill-clad, ugly, derided devil. Then, becoming valiant, as it were, it was his hand that she shook the first amid all those well-dressed men, who opened their eyes in amazement. She laughed with an affectionate air, and spoke to him in a friendly, bantering way. Fagerolles, however, was already paying for the 2 chartreuses he had ordered, and at last he went off with Irma, whom Jory also decided to follow. Claude watched them walk away together, she between the 2 men, moving on in regal fashion, greatly admired, and repeatedly bowed to by people in the crowd. "One can see very well that Mathilde isn't here," quietly remarked Sandoz. "Ah! My friend, what Clout's Jory would receive on getting home." The novelist now asked for the bill. All the tables were becoming vacant, there only remained a litter of bones and crusts. A couple of waiters were wiping the marble slabs with sponges, whilst a third raked up the soiled sand. Behind the brown serge hangings the staff of the establishment was lunching. One could hear a grinding of jaws and husky laughter. A rumpus akin to that of a camp of gypsies devouring the contents of their saucepans. Claude and Sandoz went round the garden, where they discovered a statue by Mahaudo, very badly placed in a corner near the eastern vestibule. It was the bathing girl at last, standing erect, but of diminutive proportions, being scarcely as tall as a girl 10 years old, but charmingly delicate, with slim hips and a tiny bosom, displaying all the exquisite hesitancy of a sprouting bud. The figure seemed to exhale a perfume, that grace which nothing can give, but which flowers where it lists, stubborn, invincible, perennial grace. Springing still and ever from Mahaudo's thick fingers, which were so ignorant of their special aptitude that they had long treated this very grace with derision. Sandoz could not help smiling. And to think that this fellow has done everything he could to warp his talent. If his figure were better placed, it would meet with great success. "Yes, great success," repeated Claude. "It is very pretty." Precisely at that moment they perceived Mahaudo, already in the vestibule, and going towards the staircase. They called him, ran after him, and then all three remained talking together for a few minutes. The ground-floor gallery stretched away, empty, with its sanded pavement, and the pale light streaming through its large round windows. One might have fancied oneself under a railway bridge. Strong pillars supported the metallic framework, and an icy chillness blew from above, moistening the sand in which one's feet sank. In the distance, behind a torn curtain, one could see rows of statues, the rejected sculptural exhibits, the casts which poor sculptors did not even remove. Gathered together in a livid kind of morgue, in a state of lamentable abandonment. But what surprised one, on raising one's head, was the continuous din, the mighty tramp of the public over the flooring of the upper galleries. One was deafened by it. It rolled on without a pause, as if interminable trains, going at full speed, were ever and ever shaking the iron girders. When Mahaudo had been complimented, he told Claude that he had searched for his picture in vain. In the depths of what hole could they have put it? Then, in a fit of affectionate remembrance for the past, he asked anxiously after Gagnière and Debouche. Where were the salons of yore which they had all reached in a band, the mad excursions through the galleries as in an enemy's country, the violent disdain they had felt on going away? The discussions which had made their tongues swell and emptied their brains? Nobody now saw Debouche. 2 or 3 times a month Gagnière came from Melun, in a state of bewilderment, to attend some concert. And he now took such little interest in painting that he had not even looked in at the salon, although he exhibited his usual landscape. The same view of the banks of the Seine which he had been sending for the last 15 years, a picture of a pretty greyish tint, so conscientious and quiet that the public had never remarked it. "I was going upstairs," resumed Mahaudo. "Will you come with me?" Claude, pale with suffering, raised his eyes every second. Ah! That terrible rumbling, that devouring gallop of the monster overhead, the shock of which he felt in his very limbs. He held out his hand without speaking. "What? Are you going to leave us?" exclaimed Sandoz. "Take just another turn with us, and we'll go away together." Then, on seeing Claude so weary, a feeling of pity made his heart contract. He divined that the poor fellow's courage was exhausted, that he was desirous of solitude, seized with a desire to fly off alone and hide his wound. Then, "Goodbye, old man, I'll call and see you tomorrow." Staggering, and as if pursued by the tempest upstairs, Claude disappeared behind the clumps of shrubbery in the garden. But 2 hours later Sandoz, who after losing Mahoudeau had just found him again with Jory and Fadrolles, perceived the unhappy painter again standing in front of his picture. At the same spot where he had met him the first time. At the moment of going off the wretched fellow had come up there again, harassed and attracted despite himself. There was now the usual 5 o'clock crush. The crowd, weary of winding round the galleries, became distracted, and pushed and shoved without ever finding its way out. Since the coolness of the morning, the heat of all the human bodies, the odor of all the breath exhaled there had made the atmosphere heavy, and the dust of the floors, flying about, rose up in a fine mist. People still took each other to see certain pictures, the subjects of which alone struck and attracted the crowd. Some went off, came back, and walked about unceasingly. The women were particularly obstinate in not retiring, they seemed determined to remain there till the attendants should push them out when 6 o'clock began to strike. Some fat ladies had foundered. Others, who had failed to find even the tiniest place to sit down, leaned heavily on their parasols, sinking, but still obstinate. Every eye was turned anxiously and supplicatingly towards the settees laden with people. And all that those thousands of sightseers were now conscious of, was that last fatigue of theirs, which made their legs totter, drew their features together, and tortured them with headache, that headache peculiar to fine art shows, which is caused by the constant straining of one's neck and the blinding dance of colors. Alone on the little settee where at noon already they had been talking about their private affairs, the 2 decorated gentlemen were still chatting quietly, with their minds 100 leagues away from the place. Perhaps they had returned thither, perhaps they had not even stirred from the spot. "And so," said the fat one, "you went in, pretending not to understand?" "Quite so," replied the thin one. "I looked at them and took off my hat. It was clear, eh? Astonishing. You really astonish me, my dear friend." Claude, however, only heard the low beating of his heart, and only beheld the dead child up there in the air, near the ceiling. He did not take his eyes off it, a prey to a fascination which held him there, quite independent of his will. The crowd turned round him, people's feet trod on his own, he was pushed and carried away. And, like some inert object, he abandoned himself, waved about, and ultimately found himself again on the same spot as before without having once lowered his head. Quite ignorant of what was occurring below, all his life being concentrated up yonder beside his work, his little Jacques, swollen in death. 2 big tears which stood motionless between his eyelids prevented him from seeing clearly. And it seemed to him as if he would never have time to see enough. Then Sandoz, in his deep compassion, pretended he did not perceive his old friend, it was as if he wished to leave him there, beside the tomb of his wrecked life. Their comrades once more went past in a band. Fadrolles and Jory darted on ahead, and, Mahoudeau having asked Sandoz where Claude's picture was hung, the novelist told a lie, drew him aside and took him off. All of them went away. In the evening Christine only managed to draw curt words from Claude. "Everything was going on all right," said he, "the public showed no ill humor. The picture had a good effect, though it was hung perhaps rather high up." However, despite this semblance of cold tranquility, he seemed so strange that she became frightened. After dinner, as she returned from carrying the dirty plates into the kitchen, she no longer found him near the table. He had opened a window which overlooked some waste ground, and he stood there, leaning out to such a degree that she could scarcely see him. At this she sprang forward, terrified, and pulled him violently by his jacket. "Claude! Claude! What are you doing?" He turned round, with his face as white as a sheet and his eyes haggard. "I'm looking," he said. But she closed the window with trembling hands, and after that significant incident such anguish clung to her that she no longer slept at night-time. Chapter 11. Claude set to work again on the very next day, and months elapsed, indeed the whole summer went by, in heavy quietude. He had found a job, some little paintings of flowers for England, the proceeds of which sufficed for their daily bread. All his available time was again devoted to his large canvas, and he no longer went into the same fits of anger over it, but seemed to resign himself to that eternal task, evincing obstinate, hopeless industry. However, his eyes retained their crazy expression. One could see the death of light, as it were, in them, when they gazed upon the failure of his existence. About this period Sandoz also experienced great grief. His mother died, his whole life was upset, that life of three together, so homely in its character, and shared merely by a few friends. He began to hate the pavilion of the Rue Nollet, and, moreover, success suddenly declared itself with respect to his books, which hitherto had sold but moderately well. So, prompted by the advent of comparative wealth, he rented in the Rue de Londres a spacious flat, the arrangements of which occupied him and his wife for several months. Sandoz's grief had drawn him closer to Claude again, both being disgusted with everything. After the terrible blow of the Salon, the novelist had felt very anxious about his old chum, divining that something had irreparably snapped within him. That there was some wound by which life ebbed away unseen. Then, however, finding Claude so cold and quiet, he ended by growing somewhat reassured. Sandoz often walked up to the Rue Turlock, and whenever he found only Christine at home, he questioned her, realizing that she also lived in apprehension of a calamity of which she never spoke. Her face bore a look of worry, and now and again she started nervously, like a mother who watches over her child and trembles at the slightest sound, with the fear that death may be entering the chamber. One July morning Sandoz asked her, "Well, are you pleased?" "Claude's quiet, he works a deal." She gave the large picture her usual glance, a side glance full of terror and hatred. Yes, he works," she said. "He wants to finish everything else before taking up the woman again." And without confessing the fear that harassed her, she added in a lower tone, "But his eyes, have you noticed his eyes? They always have the same wild expression. I know very well that he lies, despite his pretense of taking things so easily. Pray, come and see him, and take him out with you, so as to change the current of his thoughts. He only has you left. Help me, do help me." After that Sandoz diligently devised motives for various walks, arriving at Claude's early in the morning, and carrying him away from his work perforce. It was almost always necessary to drag him from his steps, on which he habitually sat, even when he was not painting. A feeling of weariness stopped him, a kind of torpor benumbed him for long minutes, during which he did not give a single stroke with the brush. In those moments of mute contemplation, his gaze reverted with pious fervor to the woman's figure which he no longer touched. It was like a hesitating desire combined with sacred awe. A passion which he refused to satisfy, as he felt certain that it would cost him his life. When he set to work again at the other figures and the background of the picture, he well knew that the woman's figure was still there, and his glance wavered whenever he espied it. He felt that he would only remain master of himself as long as he did not touch it again. One evening, Christine, who now visited at Sandoz's and never missed a single Thursday there, in the hope of seeing her big sick child of an artist brighten up in the society of his friends, took the novelist aside and begged him to drop in at their place on the morrow. And on the next day Sandoz, who, as it happened, wanted to take some notes for a novel, on the other side of Montmartre, went in search of Claude, carried him off and kept him idling about until night-time. On this occasion they went as far as the gate of Clignancourt, where a perpetual fair was held, with merry-go-rounds, shooting galleries, and taverns. And on reaching the spot they were stupefied to find themselves face to face with Chêne, who was enthroned in a large and stylish booth. It was a kind of chapel, highly ornamented. There were 4 circular revolving stands set in a row and loaded with articles in china and glass, all sorts of ornaments and knickknacks, whose gilding and polish shone amid an harmonica-like tinkling whenever the hand of a gamester set the stand in motion. It then spun round, grating against a feather, which, on the rotatory movement ceasing, indicated what article, if any, had been won. The big prize was a live rabbit, adorned with pink favors, which waltzed and revolved unceasingly, intoxicated with fright. And all this display was set in red hangings, scalloped at the top. And between the curtains one saw 3 pictures hanging at the rear of the booth, as in the sanctuary of some tabernacle. They were Chêne's 3 masterpieces, which now followed him from fair to fair, from one end of Paris to the other. The woman taken in adultery in the center, the copy of the Montaigne on the left, and Mahoudeau's stove on the right. Of an evening, when the petroleum lamps flamed and the revolving stands glowed and radiated like planets. Nothing seemed finer than those pictures hanging amid the blood-tinged purple of the hangings, and a gaping crowd often flocked to view them. The sight was such that it wrung an exclamation from Claude, "Ah, good heavens! But those paintings look very well, they were surely intended for this." The Montaigne, so naively harsh in treatment, looked like some faded colored print nailed there for the delectation of simple-minded folk. Whilst the minutely painted stove, all awry, hanging beside the gingerbread Christ absolving the adulterous woman, assumed an unexpectedly gay aspect. However, Chêne, who had just perceived the 2 friends, held out his hand to them, as if he had left them merely the day before. He was calm, neither proud nor ashamed of his booth, and he had not aged, having still a leathery aspect. Though, on the other hand, his nose had completely vanished between his cheeks, whilst his mouth, clammy with prolonged silence, was buried in his mustache and beard. "Hullo! So we meet again," said Sandoz, gaily. "Do you know, your paintings have a lot of effect?" "The old humbug," added Claude. "Why, he has his little salon all to himself." "That's very cute indeed." Chêne's face became radiant, and he dropped the remark, "Of course." Then, as his artistic pride was roused, he, from whom people barely wrung anything but growls, gave utterance to a whole sentence. "Ah! It's quite certain that if I had had any money, like you fellows, I should have made my way, just as you have done, in spite of everything." That was his conviction. He had never doubted of his talent, he had simply forsaken the profession because it did not feed him. When he visited the Louvre, at sight of the masterpieces hanging there he felt convinced that time alone was necessary to turn out similar work. "Ah, me," said Claude, who had become gloomy again. "Don't regret what you've done, you alone have succeeded. Business is brisk, eh?" But Chêne muttered bitter words. No, there was nothing doing, not even in his line. People wouldn't play for prizes, all the money found its way to the wine shops. In spite of buying paltry odds and ends, and striking the table with the palm of one's hand, so that the feather might not indicate one of the big prizes, a fellow barely had water to drink nowadays. Then, as some people had drawn near, he stopped short in his explanation to call out, walk up, at every turn you win." In a gruff voice which the 2 others had never known him to possess, and which fairly stupefied them. A workman who was carrying a sickly little girl with large covetous eyes, let her play 2 turns. The revolving stands grated and the knickknacks danced round in dazzling fashion, while the live rabbit, with his ears lowered, revolved and revolved so rapidly that the outline of his body vanished and he became nothing but a whitish circle. There was a moment of great emotion, for the little girl had narrowly missed winning him. Then, after shaking hands with Chêne, who was still trembling with the fright this had given him, the 2 friends walked away. "He's happy," said Claude, after they had gone some 50 paces in silence. "He," cried Sandoz, "why, he believes he has missed becoming a member of the Institute, and it's killing him." Shortly after this meeting, and towards the middle of August, Sandoz devised a real excursion which would take up a whole day. He had met Dubuche, careworn and mournful, who had shown himself plaintive and affectionate, raking up the past and inviting his 2 old chums to lunch at La Richetière, where he should be alone with his 2 children for another fortnight. Why shouldn't they go and surprise him there, since he seemed so desirous of renewing the old intimacy? But in vain did Sandoz repeat that he had promised Dubuche on oath to bring Claude with him. The painter obstinately refused to go, as if he were frightened at the idea of again beholding Benecourt, the Seine, the islands. all the stretch of country where his happy years lay dead and buried. It was necessary for Christine to interfere, and he finished by giving way, although full of repugnance to the trip. It precisely happened that on the day prior to the appointment he had worked at his painting until very late, being taken with the old fever again. And so the next morning, it was Sunday, being devoured with a longing to paint, he went off most reluctantly, tearing himself away from his picture with a pang. What was the use of returning to Bennecourt? All that was dead, it no longer existed. Paris alone remained, and even in Paris there was but one view, the point of the sight, that vision which haunted him always and everywhere, that one corner where he ever left his heart. Sandoz, finding him nervous in the railway carriage, and seeing that his eyes remained fixed on the window as if he had been leaving the city, which had gradually grown smaller and seemed shrouded in mist, for years, did all he could to divert his mind, telling him, for instance, what he knew about Dubuche's real position. At the outset, old Margallon, glorifying in his bemedaled son-in-law, had trotted him about and introduced him everywhere as his partner and successor. There was a fellow who would conduct business briskly, who would build houses more cheaply and in finer style than ever, for hadn't he grown pale over books? But Dubuche's first idea proved disastrous. On some land belonging to his father-in-law in Burgundy he established a brickyard in so unfavorable a situation, and after so defective a plan, that the venture resulted in the sheer loss of 200,000 francs. Then he turned his attention to erecting houses, insisting upon bringing personal ideas into execution, a certain general scheme of his which would revolutionize the building art. These ideas were the old theories he held from the revolutionary chums of his youth, everything that he had promised he would realize when he was free. But he had not properly reduced the theories to method, and he applied them unseasonably, with the awkwardness of a pupil lacking the sacred fire. He experimented with terracotta and pottery ornamentation, large bay windows, and especially with the employment of iron girders, iron staircases, and iron roofings. And as the employment of these materials increased the outlay, he again ended with a catastrophe, which was all the greater as he was a pitiful manager, and had lost his head since he had become rich, rendered the more obtuse, it seemed, by money, quite spoilt and at sea, unable even to revert to his old habits of industry. This time Margallon grew angry. He for 30 years had been buying ground, building and selling again, estimating at a glance the cost and return of house property. So many yards of building at so much the foot having to yield so many suites of rooms at so much rent. He wouldn't have anything more to do with a fellow who blundered about lime, bricks, millstones, and in fact everything, who employed oak when deal would have suited, and who could not bring himself to cut up a story, like a consecrated wafer, into as many little squares as was necessary. No, none of that. He rebelled against art, after having been ambitious to introduce a little of it into his routine, in order to satisfy a long-standing worry about his own ignorance. And after that matters had gone from bad to worse, terrible quarrels had arisen between the son-in-law and the father-in-law, the former disdainful, entrenching himself behind his science, and the latter shouting that the commonest laborer knew more than an architect did. The millions were in danger, and one fine day Margallon turned Dubuche out of his offices, forbidding him ever to set foot in them again, since he did not even know how to direct a building yard where only 4 men worked. It was a disaster, a lamentable failure, the school of arts collapsing, derided by a mason. At this point of Sandoz's story, Claude, who had begun to listen to his friend, inquired, "Then what is Dubuche doing now?" "I don't know, nothing probably," answered Sandoz. "He told me that he was anxious about his children's health, and was taking care of them." That pale woman, Madame Margallon, as slender as the blade of a knife, had died of tubercular consumption, which was plainly the hereditary disease, the source of the family's degeneracy. For her daughter, Regine, had been coughing ever since her marriage. She was now drinking the waters at Mont d'Or, whither she had not dared to take her children, as they had been very poorly the year before, after a season spent in that part, where the air was too keen for them. This explained the scattering of the family, the mother over yonder with her maid. The grandfather in Paris, where he had resumed his great building enterprises, battling amid his 400 workmen, and crushing the idle and the incapable beneath his contempt. And the father in exile at La Richaudière, set to watch over his son and daughter, shut up there, after the very first struggle, as if it had broken him down for life. In a moment of effusion Dubuche had even let Sandoz understand that as his wife was so extremely delicate he now lived with her merely on friendly terms. A nice marriage, said Sandoz, simply, by way of conclusion. It was 10 o'clock when the two friends rang at the iron gate of La Richaudière. The estate, with which they were not acquainted, amazed them. There was a superb park, a garden laid out in the French style, with balustrades and steps spreading away in regal fashion. 3 huge conservatories and a colossal cascade, quite a piece of folly, with its rocks brought from afar. And the quantity of cement and the number of conduits that had been employed in arranging it. Indeed, the owner had sunk a fortune in it, out of sheer vanity. But what struck the friends still more was the melancholy, deserted aspect of the domain. The gravel of the avenues carefully raked, with never a trace of footsteps, the distant expanses quite deserted, save that now and then a solitary gardener passed by. And the house looking lifeless, with all its windows closed, excepting 2, which were barely set ajar. However, a valet who had decided to show himself began to question them, and when he learnt that they wished to see Monsieur, he became insolent. And replied that Monsieur was behind the house in the gymnasium, and then went indoors again. Sandoz and Claude followed a path which led them towards a lawn, and what they saw there made them pause. Dubuche, who stood in front of a trapeze, was raising his arms to support his son, Gaston, a poor sickly boy who, at 10 years of age, still had the slight, soft limbs of early childhood. While the girl, Alice, sat in a perambulator awaiting her turn. She was so imperfectly developed that, although she was 6 years old, she could not yet walk. The father, absorbed in his task, continued exercising the slim limbs of his little boy, swinging him backwards and forwards, and vainly trying to make him raise himself up by his wrists. Then, as this slight effort sufficed to bring on perspiration, he removed the little fellow from the trapeze and rolled him in a rug. And all this was done amid complete silence, alone under the far expanse of sky, his face wearing a look of distressful pity as he knelt there in that splendid park. However, as he rose up he perceived the 2 friends. "What? It's you? On a Sunday, and without warning me?" He had made a gesture of annoyance, and at once explained that the maid, the only woman to whom he could trust the children, went to Paris on Sundays. And that it was consequently impossible for him to leave Gaston and Alice for a minute. "I'll wager that you came to lunch," he added. As Claude gave Sandoz an imploring glance, the novelist made haste to answer. "No, no. As it happens, we only have time enough to shake hands with you. Claude had to come down here on a business matter. He lived at Bennecourt, as you know. And as I accompanied him, we took it into our heads to walk as far as here. But there are people waiting for us, so don't disturb yourself in the least." Thereupon, Dubuche, who felt relieved, made a show of detaining them. They certainly had an hour to spare, dash it all. And they all 3 began to talk. Claude looked at Dubuche, astonished to find him so aged. His flabby face had become wrinkled, it was of a yellowish hue, and streaked with red, as if bile had splashed his skin. Whilst his hair and his mustaches were already growing grey. In addition, his figure appeared to have become more compact, a bitter weariness made each of his gestures seem an effort. Were defeats in money matters as hard to bear, then, as defeats in art? Everything about this vanquished man, his voice, his glance, proclaimed the shameful dependency in which he had to live, the bankruptcy of his future which was cast in his teeth. With the accusation of having allowed a talent he did not possess to be set down as an asset in the marriage contract. Then there was the family money which he nowadays stole, the money spent on what he ate, the clothes he wore, and the pocket money he needed, in fact, the perpetual alms which were bestowed upon him. Just as they might have been bestowed upon some vulgar swindler, whom one unluckily could not get rid of. "Wait a bit," resumed Debouche, "I have to stop here 5 minutes longer with one of my poor duckies, and afterwards we'll go indoors." Gently, and with infinite motherly precautions, he removed little Alice from the perambulator and lifted her to the trapeze. Then, stammering coaxing words and smiling, he encouraged her, and left her hanging for a couple of minutes, so as to develop her muscles. But he remained with open arms, watching each movement with the fear of seeing her smashed to pieces, should her weak little wax-like hands relax their hold. She did not say anything, but obeyed him in spite of the terror that this exercise caused her. And she was so pitifully light in weight that she did not even fully stretch the ropes, being like one of those poor scraggy little birds which fall from a young tree without as much as bending it. At this moment, Debouche, having given Gaston a glance, became distracted on remarking that the rug had slipped and that the child's legs were uncovered. Good heavens! Good heavens! Why, he'll catch cold on this grass. And I, who can't move. Gaston, my little dear. It's the same thing every day, you wait till I'm occupied with your sister. Sandoz, pray cover him over. Ah, thanks. Pull the rug up more, don't be afraid. So this was the outcome of his splendid marriage, those two poor, weak little beings, whom the least breath from the sky threatened to kill like flies. Of the fortune he had married, all that remained to him was the constant grief of beholding those woeful children stricken by the final degeneracy of scrofula and phthisis. However, this big, egotistical fellow showed himself an admirable father. The only energy that remained to him consisted in a determination to make his children live, and he struggled on hour after hour, saving them every morning, and dreading to lose them every night. They alone existed now amid his finished existence, amid the bitterness of his father-in-law's insulting reproaches, the coldness of his sorry, ailing wife. And he kept to his task in desperation. He finished bringing those children into the world, as it were, by dint of unremitting tenderness. "There, my darling, that's enough, isn't it?" he said. "You'll soon see how big and pretty you'll become." He then placed Alice in the perambulator again, took Gaston, who was still wrapped up, on one of his arms. And when his friends wished to help him, he declined their offer, pushing the little girl's vehicle along with his right hand, which had remained free. "Thanks," he said, "I'm accustomed to it." Ah! The poor darlings are not heavy, and besides, with servants one can never be sure of anything. On entering the house, Sandoz and Claude again saw the valet who had been so insolent. And they noticed that Debouche trembled before him. The kitchen and the hall shared the contempt of the father-in-law, who paid for everything, and treated Madame's husband like a beggar whose presence was merely tolerated out of charity. Each time that a shirt was got ready for him, each time that he asked for some more bread, the servant's impolite gestures made him feel that he was receiving alms. "Well, goodbye, we must leave you," said Sandoz, who suffered at the sight of it all. "No, no, wait a bit. The children are going to breakfast, and afterwards I'll accompany you with them. They must go for their outing." Each day was regulated hour by hour. Of a morning came the baths and the gymnastics. Then the breakfast, which was quite an affair, as the children needed special food, which was duly discussed and weighed. And matters were carried to such a point that even their wine and water was slightly warmed, for fear that too chilly a drop might give them a cold. On this occasion they each partook of the yolk of an egg diluted in some broth, and a mutton cutlet, which the father cut up into tiny morsels. Then, prior to the siesta, came the promenade. Sandoz and Claude found themselves once more out of doors, walking down the broad avenues with Debouche, who again propelled Alice's perambulator, whilst Gaston walked beside him. They talked about the estate as they went towards the gate. The master glanced over the park with timid, nervous eyes, as if he did not feel at home. Besides, he did not know anything. He did not occupy himself about anything. He appeared even to have forgotten the profession which he was said to be ignorant of, and seemed to have gone astray, to be bowed down by sheer inaction. "And your parents, how are they?" asked Sandoz. A spark was once more kindled in Debouche's dim eyes. "Oh, my parents are happy," he said. "I bought them a little house, where they live on the annuity which I had specified in my marriage contract. Well, you see, Mama had advanced enough money for my education, and I had to return it to her, as I had promised, eh? Yes, I can at least say that my parents have nothing to reproach me with." Having reached the gate, they tarried there for a few minutes. At last, still looking crushed, Debouche shook hands with his old comrades. And retaining Claude's hand in his, he concluded, as if making a simple statement of fact quite devoid of anger. "Goodbye, try to get out of worry. As for me, I've spoilt my life." And they watched him walk back towards the house, pushing the perambulator, and supporting Gaston, who was already stumbling with fatigue, he, Debouche, himself having his back bent and the heavy tread of an old man. 1 o'clock was striking, and they both hurried down towards Bennecourt, saddened and ravenous. But mournfulness awaited them there as well. A murderous blast had swept over the place, both Faucheurs, husband and wife, and old Perrette, were all dead. And the inn, having fallen into the hands of that goose Mealy, was becoming repugnant with its filth and coarseness. An abominable repast was served them, an omelette with hairs in it, and cutlets smelling of grease, in the center of the common room, to which an open window admitted the pestilential odor of a dung heap, while the place was so full of flies that they positively blackened the tables. The heat of the burning afternoon came in with the stench, and Claude and Sandoz did not even feel the courage to order any coffee, they fled. "And you who used to extol old Mother Faucheur's omelettes," said Sandoz. "The place is done for. We are going for a turn, eh?" Claude was inclined to refuse. Ever since the morning he had had but one idea, that of walking on as fast as possible, as if each step would shorten the disagreeable task and bring him back to Paris. His heart, his head, his whole being had remained there. He looked neither to right nor to left, he glided along without distinguishing aught of the fields or trees, having but one fixed idea in his brain. A prey to such hallucinations that at certain moments he fancied the point of the sight rose up and called to him from amid the vast expanse of stubble. However, Sandoz's proposal aroused memories in his mind, and, softening somewhat, he replied, "Yes, that's it, we'll have a look." But as they advanced along the river bank, he became indignant and grieved. He could scarcely recognize the place. A bridge had been built to connect Bennecourt with Bonniers, a bridge, good heavens! In the place of the old ferryboat, grating against its chain, the old black boat which, cutting athwart the current, had been so full of interest to the artistic eye. Moreover, a dam established downstream at Port Villez had raised the level of the river, most of the islands of yore were now submerged, and the little armlets of the stream had become broader. There were no more pretty nooks, no more rippling alleys amid which one could lose oneself. It was a disaster that inclined one to strangle all the river engineers. "Why, that clump of pollards still emerging from the water on the left," cried Claude, "was the Barreuse Island, where we used to chat together, lying on the grass. You remember, don't you? Ah! The scoundrels!" Sandoz, who could never see a tree felled without shaking his fist at the woodcutter, turned pale with anger, and felt exasperated that the authorities had thus dared to mutilate nature. Then, as Claude approached his old home, he became silent, and his teeth clenched. The house had been sold to some middle-class folk, and now there was an iron gate, against which he pressed his face. The rosebushes were all dead, the apricot trees were dead also. The garden, which looked very trim, with its little pathways and its square-cut beds of flowers and vegetables, bordered with box, was reflected in a large ball of plated glass set upon a stand in the very center of it. And the house, newly whitewashed and painted at the corners and round the doors and windows, in a manner to imitate freestone, suggested some clownish parvenu awkwardly arrayed in his Sunday toggery. The sight fairly enraged the painter. No, no, nothing of himself, nothing of Christine, nothing of the great love of their youth remained there. He wished to look still further. He turned round behind the house, and sought for the wood of oak trees where they had left the living quiver of their embraces, but the wood was dead, dead like all the rest, felled, sold, and burnt. Then he made a gesture of anathema, in which he cast all his grief to that stretch of country which was now so changed that he could not find in it one single token of his past life. And so a few years sufficed to efface the spot where one had labored, loved, and suffered. What was the use of man's vain agitation if the wind behind him swept and carried away all the traces of his footsteps? He had rightly realized that he ought not to return thither, for the past is simply the cemetery of our illusions, where our feet forever stumble against tombstones. Let us go, he cried. Let us go at once. It's stupid to torture one's heart like this. When they were on the new bridge, Sandoz tried to calm him by showing him the view which had not formerly existed, the widened bed of the Seine, full to the brim, as it were. And the water flowing onward, proudly and slowly. But this water failed to interest Claude, until he reflected that it was the same water which, as it passed through Paris, had bathed the old quay walls of the site. And then he felt touched. He leant over the parapet of the bridge for a moment, and thought that he could distinguish glorious reflections in it, the towers of Notre Dame, and the needle-like spire of the Sainte-Chapelle, carried along by the current towards the sea. The two friends missed the 3 o'clock train, and it was real torture to have to spend 2 long hours more in that region, where everything weighed so heavily on their shoulders. Fortunately, they had forewarned Christine and Madame Sandoz that they might return by a night train if they were detained. So they resolved upon a bachelor dinner at a restaurant on the Place du Havre, hoping to set themselves all right again by a good chat at dessert as in former times. 8 o'clock was about to strike when they sat down to table. Claude, on leaving the terminus, with his feet once more on the Paris pavement, had lost his nervous agitation, like a man who at last finds himself once more at home. And with the cold, absent-minded air which he now usually displayed, he listened to Sandoz trying to enliven him. The novelist treated his friend like a mistress whose head he wished to turn. They partook of delicate, highly spiced dishes and heady wines. But mirth was rebellious, and Sandoz himself ended by becoming gloomy. All his hopes of immortality were shaken by his excursion to that ungrateful country village, that Bennecourt, so loved and so forgetful, where he and Claude had not found a single stone retaining any recollection of them. If things which are eternal forget so soon, can one place any reliance for 1 hour on the memory of man? Do you know, old fellow, said the novelist, it's that which sometimes sends me into a cold sweat. Have you ever reflected that posterity may not be the faultless dispenser of justice that we dream of? One consoles oneself for being insulted and denied, by relying on the equity of the centuries to come. Just as the faithful endure all the abominations of this earth in the firm belief of another life, in which each will be rewarded according to his deserts. But suppose paradise exists no more for the artist than it does for the Catholic, suppose that future generations prolong the misunderstanding and prefer amiable little trifles to vigorous works. Ah! What a sell it would be, eh? To have led a convict's life, to have screwed oneself down to one's work, all for a mere delusion. Please notice that it's quite possible, after all. There are some consecrated reputations which I wouldn't give a rap for. Classical education has deformed everything, and has imposed upon us as geniuses men of correct, facile talent, who follow the beaten track. To them one may prefer men of free tendencies, whose work is at times unequal. But these are only known to a few people of real culture, so that it looks as if immortality might really go merely to the middle-class, average, talent. To the men whose names are forced into our brains at school, when we are not strong enough to defend ourselves. But no, one mustn't say those things, they make me shudder. Should I have the courage to go on with my task, should I be able to remain erect amid all the jeering around me if I hadn't the consoling illusion that I shall some day be appreciated? Claude had listened with his dolorous expression, and he now made a gesture of indifference tinged with bitterness. Bah! What does it matter? Well, there's nothing hereafter. We are even madder than the fools who kill themselves for a woman. When the earth splits to pieces in space like a dry walnut, our works won't add one atom to its dust. That's quite true, summed up Sandoz, who was very pale. What's the use of trying to fill up the void of space? And to think that we know it, and that our pride still battles all the same. They left the restaurant, roamed about the streets, and foundered again in the depths of a café, where they philosophized. They had come by degrees to raking up the memories of their childhood, and this ended by filling their hearts with sadness. 1 o'clock in the morning struck when they decided to go home. However, Sandoz talked of seeing Claude as far as the Rue Turlock. That August night was a superb one, the air was warm, the sky studded with stars. And as they went the round by way of the Quartier de l'Europe, they passed before the old Café Baudequin on the Boulevard de Batignolles. It had changed hands 3 times. It was no longer arranged inside in the same manner as formerly, there were now a couple of billiard tables on the right hand. And several strata of customers had followed each other thither, one covering the other, so that the old frequenters had disappeared like buried nations. However, curiosity, the emotion they had derived from all the past things they had been raking up together, induced them to cross the boulevard and to glance into the café through the open doorway. They wanted to see their table of yore, on the left hand, right at the back of the room. "Oh, look," said Sandoz, stupefied. "Gagnière," muttered Claude. It was indeed Gagnière, seated all alone at that table at the end of the empty café. He must have come from Melun for one of the Sunday concerts to which he treated himself. And then, in the evening, while astray in Paris, an old habit of his legs had led him to the Café Baudequin. Not one of the comrades ever set foot there now, and he, who had beheld another age, obstinately remained there alone. He had not yet touched his glass of beer. He was looking at it, so absorbed in thought that he did not even stir when the waiters began piling the chairs on the tables, in order that everything might be ready for the morrow's sweeping. The 2 friends hurried off, upset by the sight of that dim figure, seized as it were with a childish fear of ghosts. They parted in the Rue Turlock. "Ah! That poor devil de Bush," said Sandoz as he pressed Claude's hand, "he spoilt our day for us." As soon as November had come round, and when all the old friends were back in Paris again, Sandoz thought of gathering them together at one of those Thursday dinners which had remained a habit with him. They were always his greatest delight. The sale of his books was increasing, and he was growing rich. The flat in the Rue de Londres was becoming quite luxurious compared with the little house at Batignolles, but he himself remained immutable. On this occasion, he was anxious, in his good nature, to procure real enjoyment for Claude by organizing one of the dear evenings of their youth. So he saw to the invitations. Claude and Christine naturally must come. Next Jory and his wife, the latter of whom it had been necessary to receive since her marriage, then de Bush, who always came alone, with Fagerolles, Mahoudeau, and finally Gagnière. There would be 10 of them, all the men comrades of the old band, without a single outsider, in order that the good understanding and jollity might be complete. Henriette, who was more mistrustful than her husband, hesitated when this list of guests was decided upon. "Oh! Fagerolles? You believe in having Fagerolles with the others? They hardly like him, nor Claude either." I fancied I noticed a coolness. But he interrupted her, bent on not admitting it. "What? A coolness? It's really funny, but women can't understand that fellows chaff each other. All that doesn't prevent them from having their hearts in the right place." Henriette took especial care in preparing the menu for that Thursday dinner. She now had quite a little staff to overlook, a cook, a manservant, and so on. And if she no longer prepared any of the dishes herself, she still saw that very delicate fare was provided, out of affection for her husband, whose sole vice was gluttony. She went to market with the cook, and called in person on the tradespeople. She and her husband had a taste for gastronomical curiosities from the four corners of the world. On this occasion they decided to have some oxtail soup, grilled mullet, undercut of beef with mushrooms, raviolis in the Italian fashion, hazel hens from Russia, and a salad of truffles. Without counting caviar and kilkies as side dishes, a glacé praline, and a little emerald-colored Hungarian cheese, with fruit and pastry. As wine, some old Bordeaux claret in decanters, Chambertin with the roast, and sparkling Moselle at dessert, in lieu of champagne, which was voted commonplace. At 7 o'clock Sandoz and Henriette were waiting for their guests, he simply wearing a jacket, and she looking very elegant in a plain dress of black satin. People dined at their house in frock coats, without any fuss. The drawing-room, the arrangements of which they were now completing, was becoming crowded with old furniture, old tapestry. Knickknacks of all countries and all times, a rising and now overflowing stream of things which had taken source at Batignolles with an old pot of Rouen ware, which Henriette had given her husband on one of his fête days. They ran about to the curiosity shops together, a joyful passion for buying possessed them. Sandoz satisfied the longings of his youth, the romanticist ambitions which the first books he had read had given birth to. Thus this writer, so fiercely modern, lived amid the worm-eaten Middle Ages which he had dreamt of when he was a lad of 15. As an excuse, he laughingly declared that handsome modern furniture cost too much, whilst with old things, even common ones, you immediately obtained something with effect and color. There was nothing of the collector about him, he was entirely concerned as to decoration and broad effects. And to tell the truth, the drawing-room, lighted by 2 lamps of old Delft ware, had quite a soft warm tint with the dull gold of the dalmaticas used for upholstering the seats. The yellowish incrustations of the Italian cabinets and Dutch showcases, the faded hues of the oriental door hangings, the 100 little notes of the ivory, crockery and enamel work, pale with age, which showed against the dull red hangings of the room. Claude and Christine were the first to arrive. The latter had put on her only silk dress, an old, worn-out garment which she preserved with especial care for such occasions. Henriette at once took hold of both her hands and drew her to a sofa. She was very fond of her, and questioned her, seeing her so strange, touchingly pale, and with anxious eyes. What was the matter? Did she feel poorly? No, no, she answered that she was very gay and very pleased to come, but while she spoke, she kept on glancing at Claude, as if to study him, and then looked away. He seemed excited, evincing a feverishness in his words and gestures which he had not shown for a month past. At intervals, however, his agitation subsided, and he remained silent, with his eyes wide open, gazing vacantly into space at something which he fancied was calling him. Ah! Old man, he said to Sandoz, I finished reading your book last night. It's deucedly clever, you have shut up their mouths this time. They both talked standing in front of the chimney-piece, where some logs were blazing. Sandoz had indeed just published a new novel, and although his critics did not disarm, there was at last that stir of success which establishes a man's reputation despite the persistent attacks of his adversaries. Besides, he had no illusions, he knew very well that the battle, even if it were won, would begin again at each fresh book he wrote. The great work of his life was advancing, that series of novels which he launched forth in volumes one after another in stubborn, regular fashion, marching towards the goal he had selected without letting anything, obstacles, insults, or fatigue, conquer him. It's true, he gaily replied, they are weakening this time. There's even one who has been foolish enough to admit that I'm an honest man. See how everything degenerates. But they'll make up for it, never fear. I know some of them whose nuts are too much unlike my own to let them accept my literary formula, my boldness of language, and my physiological characters acting under the influence of circumstances. And I refer to brother writers who possess self-respect, I leave the fools and the scoundrels on one side. For a man to be able to work on pluckily, it is best for him to expect neither good faith nor justice. To be in the right he must begin by dying. At this Claude's eyes abruptly turned towards a corner of the drawing-room, as if to pierce the wall and go far away yonder, whither something had summoned him. Then they became hazy and returned from their journey, whilst he exclaimed, "Oh! You speak for yourself. I should do wrong to kick the bucket. No matter, your book sent me into a deuced fever. I wanted to paint today, but I couldn't. Ah! It's lucky that I can't get jealous of you, else you would make me too unhappy." However, the door had opened, and Mathilde came in, followed by Jory. She was richly attired in a tunic of nasturtium-hued velvet and a skirt of straw-colored satin, with diamonds in her ears and a large bouquet of roses on her bosom. What astonished Claude the most was that he did not recognize her, for she had become plump, round, and fair-skinned, instead of thin and sunburnt as he had known her. Her disturbing ugliness had departed in a swelling of the face. Her mouth, once noted for its black voids, now displayed teeth which looked over white whenever she condescended to smile, with a disdainful curling of the upper lip. You could guess that she had become immoderately respectable. Her 45 summers gave her weight beside her husband, who was younger than herself and seemed to be her nephew. The only thing of yore that clung to her was a violent perfume. She drenched herself with the strongest essences, as if she had been anxious to wash from her skin the smell of all the aromatic simples with which she had been impregnated by her herbalist business. However, the sharpness of rhubarb, the bitterness of elder seed, and the warmth of peppermint clung to her. And as soon as she crossed the drawing-room, it was filled with an undefinable smell like that of a chemist's shop, relieved by an acute odor of musk. Henriette, who had risen, made her sit down beside Christine, saying, "You know each other, don't you? You have already met here." Mathilde gave but a cold glance at the modest attire of that woman who had lived for a long time with a man, so it was said, before being married to him. She herself was exceedingly rigid respecting such matters since the tolerance prevailing in literary and artistic circles had admitted her to a few drawing-rooms. Henriette hated her, however, and after the customary exchange of courtesies, not to be dispensed with, resumed her conversation with Christine. Jory had shaken hands with Claude and Sandoz, and, standing near them, in front of the fireplace, he apologized for an article slashing the novelist's new book which had appeared that very morning in his review. "As you know very well, my dear fellow, one is never the master in one's own house. I ought to see to everything, but I have so little time. I hadn't even read that article, I relied on what had been told me about it. So you will understand how enraged I was when I read it this afternoon. I am dreadfully grieved, dreadfully grieved." "Oh, let it be. It's the natural order of things," replied Sandoz, quietly. "Now that my enemies are beginning to praise me, it's only proper that my friends should attack me." The door again opened, and Gagnière glided in softly, like a will-o'-the-wisp. He had come straight from Melun, and was quite alone, for he never showed his wife to anybody. When he thus came to dinner he brought the country dust with him on his boots, and carried it back with him the same night on taking the last train. On the other hand, he did not alter. Or, rather, age seemed to rejuvenate him, his complexion became fairer as he grew old. "Hullo! Why, Gagnière's here," exclaimed Sandoz. Then, just as Gagnière was making up his mind to bow to the ladies, Mahoudeau entered. He had already grown grey, with a sunken, fierce-looking face and childish, blinking eyes. He still wore trousers which were a good deal too short for him, and a frock-coat which creased in the back, in spite of the money which he now earned. For the bronze manufacturer for whom he worked had brought out some charming statuettes of his, which one began to see on middle-class mantel-shelves and consoles. Sandoz and Claude had turned round, inquisitive to witness the meeting between Mahoudeau and Mathilde. However, matters passed off very quietly. The sculptor bowed to her respectfully, while Jory, the husband, with his air of serene unconsciousness, thought fit to introduce her to him, for the 20th time, perhaps. It's my wife, old fellow. Shake hands together." Thereupon, both very grave, like people of society who are forced somewhat over-promptly into familiarity, Mathilde and Mahoudeau shook hands. Only, as soon as the latter had got rid of the job and had found Gagnière in a corner of the drawing-room, they both began sneering and recalling, in terrible language, all the abominations of yore. Debouche was expected that evening, for he had formally promised to come. "Yes," explained Henriette, "there will only be 9 of us. Fadrolles wrote this morning to apologize. He is forced to go to some official dinner, but he hopes to escape, and will join us at about 11 o'clock. At that moment, however, a servant came in with a telegram. It was from Debouche, who wired, "Impossible to stir. Alice has an alarming cough." "Well, we shall only be 8, then," resumed Henriette, with the somewhat peevish resignation of a hostess disappointed by her guests. And the servant having opened the dining-room door and announced that dinner was ready, she added, "We are all here. Claude, offer me your arm." Sandoz took Mathilde's, Jory charged himself with Christine, while Mahoudeau and Gagnière brought up the rear, still joking coarsely about what they called the beautiful herbalist's padding. The dining-room which they now entered was very spacious, and the light was gaily bright after the subdued illumination of the drawing-room. The walls, covered with specimens of old earthenware, displayed a gay medley of colors, reminding one of cheap-colored prints. 2 sideboards, one laden with glass and the other with silver plate, sparkled like jewelers' showcases. And in the center of the room, under the big hanging lamp girt round with tapers, the table glistened like a catafalque with the whiteness of its cloth, laid in perfect style, with decorated plates. Cut glass decanters white with water or ruddy with wine, and symmetrical side dishes, all set out around the centerpiece, a silver basket full of purple roses. They sat down, Henriette between Claude and Mahoudeau, Sandoz with Mathilde and Christine beside him, Jory and Gagnière at either end. And the servant had barely finished serving the soup, when Madame Jory made a most unfortunate remark. Wishing to show herself amiable, and not having heard her husband's apologies, she said to the master of the house, "Well, were you pleased with the article in this morning's number?" Édouard personally revised the proofs with the greatest care. On hearing this, Jory became very much confused and stammered. "No, no. You are mistaken. It was a very bad article indeed, and you know very well that it was passed the other evening while I was away." By the silent embarrassment which ensued she guessed her blunder. But she made matters still worse, for, giving her husband a sharp glance, she retorted in a very loud voice, so as to crush him, as it were, and disengage her own responsibility. "Another of your lies. I repeat what you told me. I won't allow you to make me ridiculous, do you hear?" This threw a chill over the beginning of the dinner. Henriette recommended the Kilkeys, but Christine alone found them very nice. When the grilled mullet appeared, Sandoz, who was amused by Jory's embarrassment, gaily reminded him of a lunch they had had together at Marseilles in the old days. Ah! Marseilles, the only city where people know how to eat. Claude, who for a little while had been absorbed in thought, now seemed to awaken from a dream, and without any transition he asked, "Is it decided? Have they selected the artists for the new decorations of the Hôtel de Ville?" "No," said Mahoudeau, "they are going to do so. I shan't get anything, for I don't know anybody. Fadrolles himself is very anxious. If he isn't here tonight, it's because matters are not going smoothly. Ah! He has had his bite at the cherry, all that painting for millions is cracking to bits." There was a laugh, expressive of spite finally satisfied, and even Gagnière at the other end of the table joined in the sneering. Then they eased their feelings in malicious words, and rejoiced over the sudden fall of prices which had thrown the world of young masters into consternation. It was inevitable, the predicted time was coming, the exaggerated rise was about to finish in a catastrophe. Since the amateurs had been panic-stricken, seized with consternation like that of speculators when a slump sweeps over a stock exchange, prices were giving way day by day. And nothing more was sold. It was a sight to see the famous Naudet amid the rout. He had held out at first, he had invented the dodge of the Yankee, the unique picture hidden deep in some gallery, in solitude like an idol, the picture of which he would not name the price. Being contemptuously certain that he could never find a man rich enough to purchase it, but which he finally sold for 200,000 or 300,000 francs to some pig dealer of Chicago, who felt glorious at carrying off the most expensive canvas of the year. But those fine strokes of business were not to be renewed at present, and Naudet, whose expenditure had increased with his gains, drawn on and swallowed up in the mad craze which was his own work, could now hear his regal mansion crumbling beneath him, and was reduced to defend it against the assault of creditors. "Won't you take some more mushrooms, Mahoudeau?" obligingly interrupted Henriette. The servant was now handing round the undercut. They ate, and emptied the decanters. But their bitterness was so great that the best things were offered without being tasted, which distressed the master and mistress of the house. "Mushrooms, the sculptor ended by repeating. "No, thanks." And he added, "The funny part of it all is, that Naudet is suing Fadrolles." "Oh, quite so. He's going to distrain on him." "Ah. It makes me laugh. We shall see a pretty scouring in the Avenue de Villiers among all those petty painters with mansions of their own. House property will go for nothing next spring." Well, Naudet, who had compelled Fadrolles to build a house, and who furnished it for him as he would have furnished a place for a hussy, wanted to get hold of his knickknacks and hangings again. But Fadrolles had borrowed money on them, so it seems. You can imagine the state of affairs. The dealer accuses the artist of having spoilt his game by exhibiting with the vanity of a giddy fool, while the painter replies that he doesn't mean to be robbed any longer, and they'll end by devouring each other, at least, I hope so. Gagnière raised his voice, the gentle but inexorable voice of a dreamer just awakened. "Fadrolles is done for. Besides, he never had any success." The others protested. Well, what about the 100,000 francs worth of pictures he had sold a year, and his medals and his cross of the Legion of Honor? But Gagnière, still obstinate, smiled with a mysterious air, as if facts could not prevail against his inner conviction. He wagged his head and, full of disdain, replied, "Let me be." He never knew anything about chiaroscuro. Jory was about to defend the talent of Fadrolles, whom he considered to be his own creation, when Henriette solicited a little attention for the raviolis. There was a short slackening of the quarrel amid the crystalline clinking of the glasses and the light clatter of the forks. The table, laid with such fine symmetry, was already in confusion, and seemed to sparkle still more amid the ardent fire of the quarrel. And Sandoz, growing anxious, felt astonished. What was the matter with them all that they attacked Fadrolles so harshly? Hadn't they all begun together, and were they not all to reach the goal in the same victory? For the first time, a feeling of uneasiness disturbed his dream of eternity, that delight in his Thursdays, which he had pictured following one upon another, all alike, all of them happy ones, into the far distance of the future. But the feeling was as yet only skin deep, and he laughingly exclaimed, "Husband your strength, Claude, here are the hazel hens." Claude, where are you?" Since silence had prevailed, Claude had relapsed into his dream, gazing about him vacantly, and taking a second help of raviolis without knowing what he was about. Christine, who said nothing, but sat there looking sad and charming, did not take her eyes off him. He started when Sandoz spoke, and chose a leg from amid the bits of hazel hen now being served, the strong fumes of which filled the room with a resinous smell. "Do you smell that?" exclaimed Sandoz, amused. "One would think one were swallowing all the forests of Russia." But Claude returned to the matter which worried him. "Then you say that Fadrolles will be entrusted with the paintings for the municipal council's assembly room?" And this remark sufficed. Mahoudeau and Gagnière, set on the track, at once started off again. Ah! A nice wishy-washy smearing it would be if that assembly room were allotted to him. And he was doing plenty of dirty things to get it. He, who had formerly pretended to spit on orders for work, like a great artist surrounded by amateurs, was basely cringing to the officials, now that his pictures no longer sold. Could anything more despicable be imagined than a painter soliciting a functionary, bowing and scraping, showing all kinds of cowardice and making all kinds of concessions? It was shameful that art should be dependent upon a minister's idiotic good pleasure. Fagerolles, at that official dinner he had gone to, was no doubt conscientiously licking the boots of some chief clerk, some idiot who was only fit to be made a guy of. Well, said Jory, he effects his purpose, and he's quite right. You won't pay his debts. Debts? Have I any debts, I who have always starved, answered Mahoudeau in a roughly arrogant tone. Ought a fellow to build himself a palace and spend money on creatures like that Irma Bicot, who's ruining Fagerolles? At this Jory grew angry, while the others jested, and Irma's name went flying over the table. But Mathilde, who had so far remained reserved and silent by way of making a show of good breeding, became intensely indignant. Oh! Gentlemen, oh! Gentlemen, she exclaimed, to talk before us about that creature. No, not that creature, I implore you. After that Henriette and Sandoz, who were in consternation, witnessed the rout of their menu. The truffle salad, the ice, the dessert, everything was swallowed without being at all appreciated amidst the rising anger of the quarrel. And the Chambertin and sparkling Moselle were imbibed as if they had merely been water. In vain did Henriette smile, while Sandoz good-naturedly tried to calm them by making allowances for human weakness. Not one of them retreated from his position. A single word made them spring upon each other. There was none of the vague boredom, the somniferous satiety which at times had saddened their old gatherings. At present there was real ferocity in the struggle, a longing to destroy one another. The tapers of the hanging lamp flared up, the painted flowers of the earthenware on the walls bloomed. The table seemed to have caught fire amid the upsetting of its symmetrical arrangements and the violence of the talk. That demolishing onslaught of chatter which had filled them with fever for a couple of hours past. And amid the racket, when Henriette made up her mind to rise so as to silence them, Claude at length remarked. Ah! If I only had the Hôtel de Ville work, and if I could. It used to be my dream to cover all the walls of Paris. They returned to the drawing-room, where the little chandelier and the bracket candelabra had just been lighted. It seemed almost cold there in comparison with the kind of hothouse which had just been left, and for a moment the coffee calmed the guests. Nobody beyond Fagerolles was expected. The house was not an open one by any means, the Sandozes did not recruit literary dependents or muzzle the press by dint of invitations. The wife detested society, and the husband said with a laugh that he needed 10 years to take a liking to anybody, and then he must like him always. But was not that real happiness, seldom realized? A few sound friendships and a nook full of family affection. No music was ever played there, and nobody had ever read a page of his composition aloud. On that particular Thursday the evening seemed a long one, on account of the persistent irritation of the men. The ladies had begun to chat before the smoldering fire. And when the servant, after clearing the table, reopened the door of the dining-room, they were left alone, the men repairing to the adjoining apartment to smoke and sip some beer. Sandoz and Claude, who were not smokers, soon returned, however, and sat down, side by side, on a sofa near the doorway. The former, who was glad to see his old friend excited and talkative, recalled the memories of Plassans apropos of a bit of news he had learnt the previous day. Pouliot, the old jester of their dormitory, who had become so grave a lawyer, was now in trouble over some adventure with a woman. Ah! That brute of a Pouliot! But Claude did not answer, for, having heard his name mentioned in the dining-room, he listened attentively, trying to understand. Jory, Mahoudeau, and Gagnière, unsatiated and eager for another bite, had started on the massacre again. Their voices, at first mere whispers, gradually grew louder, till at last they began to shout. "Oh! The man, I abandon the man to you," said Jory, who was speaking of Fagerolles. "He isn't worth much. And he out-generaled you, it's true. Ah! How he did get the better of you fellows, by breaking off from you and carving success for himself on your backs. You were certainly not at all cute." Mahoudeau, waxing furious, replied. "Of course. It sufficed for us to be with Claude, to be turned away everywhere. It was Claude who did for us." So Gagnière squarely asserted. And thus they went on, relinquishing Fagerolles, whom they reproached for toadying the newspapers, for allying himself with their enemies and wheedling sexagenarian baronesses, to fall upon Claude, who now became the great culprit. Well, after all, the other was only a hussy, one of the many found in the artistic fraternity, fellows who accost the public at street corners, leave their comrades in the lurch, and victimize them so as to get the bourgeois into their studios. But Claude, that abortive great artist, that impotent fellow who couldn't set a figure on its legs in spite of all his pride, hadn't he utterly compromised them, hadn't he let them in altogether? Ah! Yes, success might have been won by breaking off. If they had been able to begin over again, they wouldn't have been idiots enough to cling obstinately to impossible principles. And they accused Claude of having paralyzed them, of having traded on them, yes, traded on them, but in so clumsy and dull-witted a manner that he himself had not derived any benefit by it. "Why, as for me," resumed Mahoudeau, "didn't he make me quite idiotic at one moment? When I think of it, I sound myself, and remain wondering why I ever joined his band. Am I at all like him? Was there ever any one thing in common between us, eh? Ah! It's exasperating to find the truth out so late in the day. And as for myself," said Gagnière, "he robbed me of my originality. Do you think it has amused me, each time I have exhibited a painting during the last 15 years, to hear people saying behind me, 'That's a Claude'? Oh! I've had enough of it, I prefer not to paint any more. All the same, if I had seen clearly in former times, I shouldn't have associated with him." It was a stampede, the snapping of the last ties, in their stupefaction at suddenly finding that they were strangers and enemies, after a long youth of fraternity together. Life had disbanded them on the road, and the great dissimilarity of their characters stood revealed. All that remained in them was the bitterness left by the old enthusiastic dream, that erstwhile hope of battle and victory to be won side by side, which now increased their spite. "The fact is," sneered Jory, "that Fagerolles did not let himself be pillaged like a simpleton." But Mahoudeau, feeling vexed, became angry. "You do wrong to laugh," he said, "for you are a nice backslider yourself. Yes, you always told us that you would give us a lift up when you had a paper of your own." "Ah! Allow me, allow me." Gagnière, however, united with Mahoudeau. "That's quite true," he said. "You can't say any more that what you write about us is cut out, for you are the master now. And yet, never a word. You didn't even name us in your articles on the last Salon." Then Jory, embarrassed and stammering, in his turn flew into a rage. "Ah! Well, it's the fault of that cursed Claude. I don't care to lose my subscribers simply to please you fellows. It's impossible to do anything for you. There. Do you understand? You, Mahoudeau, may wear yourself out in producing pretty little things, you, Gagnière, may even never do anything more. But you each have a label on the back, and you'll need 10 years' efforts before you'll be able to get it off. In fact, there have been some labels that would never come off. The public is amused by it, you know. There were only you fellows to believe in the genius of that big ridiculous lunatic, who will be locked up in a madhouse one of these fine mornings." Then the dispute became terrible. They all three spoke at once, coming at last to abominable reproaches, with such outbursts, and such furious motion of the jaw, that they seemed to be biting one another. Sandoz, seated on the sofa, and disturbed in the gay memories he was recalling, was at last obliged to lend ear to the tumult which reached him through the open doorway. "You hear them?" whispered Claude, with a dolorous smile. "They are giving it me nicely." "No, no, stay here, I won't let you stop them, I deserve it, since I have failed to succeed." And Sandoz, turning pale, remained there, listening to that bitter quarreling, the outcome of the struggle for life, that grappling of conflicting personalities, which bore all his chimera of everlasting friendship away. Henriette, fortunately, became anxious on hearing the violent shouting. She rose and went to shame the smokers for thus forsaking the ladies to go and quarrel together. They then returned to the drawing-room, perspiring, breathing hard, and still shaken by their anger. And as Henriette, with her eyes on the clock, remarked that they certainly would not see Fagerolles that evening, they began to sneer again, exchanging glances. Ah! He had a fine scent, and no mistake, he wouldn't be caught associating with old friends, who had become troublesome, and whom he hated. In fact, Fagerolles did not come. The evening finished laboriously. They once more went back to the dining-room, where the tea was served on a Russian tablecloth embroidered with a stag hunt in red thread. And under the tapers a plain cake was displayed, with plates full of sweet stuff and pastry, and a barbarous collection of liqueurs and spirits, whiskey, Hollands, Chiot-Raki, and Kümmel. The servant also brought some punch, and bestirred himself round the table, while the mistress of the house filled the teapot from the samovar boiling in front of her. But all the comfort, all the feast for the eyes and the fine perfume of the tea did not move their hearts. The conversation again turned on the success that some men achieved and the ill luck that befell others. For instance, was it not shameful that art should be dishonored by all those medals, all those crosses, all those rewards, which were so badly distributed to boot? Were artists always to remain like little boys at school? All the universal platitude came from the docility and cowardice which were shown, as in the presence of ushers, so as to obtain good marks. They had repaired to the drawing-room once more, and Sandoz, who was greatly distressed, had begun to wish that they would take themselves off. When he noticed Mathilde and Gagnière seated side by side on a sofa and talking languishingly of music, while the others remained exhausted, lacking saliva and power of speech. Gagnière philosophized and poetized in a state of ecstasy, while Mathilde rolled up her eyes and went into raptures as if titillated by some invisible wing. They had caught sight of each other on the previous Sunday at the concert at the Cirque, and they apprised each other of their enjoyment in alternate, far-soaring sentences. Ah! That Meyerbeer, monsieur, the overture of Struensee, that funereal strain, and then that peasant dance, so full of dash and color. And then the mournful burden which returns, the duo of the violoncellos. Ah! Monsieur, the violoncellos, the violoncellos. And Berlioz, Madame, the festival air in Romeo. Oh! The solo of the clarinets, the beloved women, with the harp accompaniment. Something enrapturing, something white as snow which ascends. The festival bursts upon you, like a picture by Paul Veronese, with the tumultuous magnificence of the marriage of Cana, and then the love song begins again, oh, how softly. Oh! Always higher. Higher still. Did you notice, monsieur, in Beethoven's Symphony in A, that knell which ever and ever comes back and beats upon your heart? Yes, I see very well, you feel as I do, music is a communion, Beethoven, ah, me. How sad and sweet it is to be two to understand him and give way. And Schumann, madam, and Wagner, madam, Schumann's reverie, nothing but the stringed instruments. A warm shower falling on acacia leaves, a sunray which dries them, barely a tear in space. Wagner. Ah, Wagner. The overture of the Flying Dutchman, are you not fond of it? Tell me you are fond of it. As for myself, it overcomes me. There is nothing left, one expires. Their voices died away, they did not even look at each other, but sat there elbow to elbow, with their faces turned upward, quite overcome. Sandoz, who was surprised, asked himself where Mathilde could have picked up that jargon. In some article of Jory's, perhaps. Besides, he had remarked that women talk music very well, even without knowing a note of it. And he, whom the bitterness of the others had only grieved, became exasperated at sight of Mathilde's languishing attitude. No, no, that was quite enough, the men tore each other to bits. Still that might pass, after all, but what an end to the evening it was, that feminine fraud, cooing and titillating herself with thoughts of Beethoven's and Schumann's music. Fortunately, Gagnière suddenly rose. He knew what o'clock it was even in the depths of his ecstasy, and he had only just time left him to catch his last train. So, after exchanging nerveless and silent handshakes with the others, he went off to sleep at Melun. "What a failure he is," muttered Mahoudeau. "Music has killed painting, he'll never do anything." He himself had to leave, and the door had scarcely closed behind his back when Jory declared. "Have you seen his last paperweight? He'll end by sculpturing sleeve links. There's a fellow who has missed his mark. To think that he prided himself on being vigorous." But Mathilde was already afoot, taking leave of Christine with a curt little inclination of the head, affecting social familiarity with Henriette, and carrying off her husband, who helped her on with her cloak in the anteroom, humble and terrified at the severe glance she gave him, for she had an account to settle. Then, the door having closed behind them, Sandoz, beside himself, cried out, "That's the end." The journalist was bound to call the others abortions, yes, the journalist who, after patching up articles, has fallen to trading upon public credulity. Ah! Luckily there's Mathilde the Avengeress. Of the guests Christine and Claude alone were left. The latter, since the drawing-room had been growing empty, had remained ensconced in the depths of an armchair, no longer speaking, but overcome by that species of magnetic slumber which stiffened him, and fixed his eyes on something far away beyond the walls. He protruded his face, a convulsive kind of attention seemed to carry it forward, he certainly beheld something invisible, and heard a summons in the silence. Christine having risen in her turn, and apologized for being the last to leave, Henriette took hold of her hands, repeated how fond she was of her, begged her to come and see her frequently, and to dispose of her in all things as she would with a sister. But Claude's sorrowful wife, looking so sadly charming in her black dress, shook her head with a pale smile. "Come," said Sandoz in her ear, after giving a glance at Claude, "you mustn't distress yourself like that. He has talked a great deal, he has been gayer this evening. He's all right." But in a terrified voice she answered, "No, no, look at his eyes, I shall tremble as long as he has his eyes like that. You have done all you could, thanks. What you haven't done no one will do. Ah! How I suffer at being unable to hope, at being unable to do anything." Then in a loud tone she asked, "Are you coming, Claude?" She had to repeat her question twice, for at first he did not hear her. He ended by starting, however, and rose to his feet, saying, as if he had answered the summons from the horizon afar off, "Yes, I'm coming, I'm coming." When Sandoz and his wife at last found themselves alone in the drawing-room, where the atmosphere now was stifling, heated by the lights and heavy, as it were, with melancholy silence after all the outbursts of the quarrelling, they looked at one another and let their arms fall, quite heart-rent by the unfortunate issue of their dinner party. Henrietta tried to laugh it off, however, murmuring, "I warned you, I quite understood." But he interrupted her with a despairing gesture. What? Was that, then, the end of his long illusion, that dream of eternity which had made him set happiness in a few friendships, formed in childhood, and shared until extreme old age? Ah! What a wretched band, what a final rending, what a terrible balance sheet to weep over after that bankruptcy of the human heart. And he grew astonished on thinking of the friends who had fallen off by the roadside, of the great affections lost on the way, of the others unceasingly changing around himself, in whom he found no change. His poor Thursdays filled him with pity, so many memories were in mourning, it was the slow death of all that one loves. Would his wife and himself have to resign themselves to live as in a desert, to cloister themselves in utter hatred of the world? Ought they rather to throw their doors wide open to a throng of strangers and indifferent folk? By degrees a certainty dawned in the depths of his grief: everything ended and nothing began again in life. He seemed to yield to evidence, and, heaving a big sigh, exclaimed, "You were right. We won't invite them to dinner again, they would devour one another." As soon as Claude and Christine reached the Place de la Trinite on their way home, the painter let go of his wife's arm. And, stammering that he had to go somewhere, he begged her to return to the Rue Turlock without him. She had felt him shuddering, and she remained quite scared with surprise and fear. Somewhere to go at that hour, past midnight. Where had he to go, and what for? He had turned round and was making off, when she overtook him, and, pretending that she was frightened, begged that he would not leave her to climb up to Montmartre alone at that time of night. This consideration alone brought him back. He took her arm again, they ascended the Rue Blanche and the Rue Lepic, and at last found themselves in the Rue Turlock. And on reaching their door, he rang the bell, and then again left her. "Here you are," he said, "I'm going." He was already hastening away, taking long strides, and gesticulating like a madman. Without even closing the door which had been opened, she darted off, bent on following him. In the Rue Lepic she drew near. But for fear of exciting him still more she contented herself with keeping him in sight, walking some 30 yards in the rear, without his knowing that she was behind him. On reaching the end of the Rue Lepic he went down the Rue Blanche again, and then proceeded by way of the Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin and the Rue du Dix Décembre as far as the Rue de Richelieu. When she saw him turn into the last-named thoroughfare, a mortal chill came over her. He was going towards the Seine. It was the realization of the frightful fear which kept her of a night awake, full of anguish. And what could she do, good Lord? Go with him, hang upon his neck over yonder? She was now only able to stagger along, and as each step brought them nearer to the river, she felt life ebbing from her limbs. Yes, he was going straight there. He crossed the Place du Théâtre Français, then the Carrousel, and finally reached the Pont de Saints-Pères. After taking a few steps along the bridge, he approached the railing overlooking the water, and at the thought that he was about to jump over, a loud cry was stifled in her contracted throat. But no, he remained motionless. Was it then only the sight over yonder that haunted him, that heart of Paris which pursued him everywhere, which he conjured up with his fixed eyes, even through walls, and which, when he was leagues away, cried out the constant summons heard by him alone? She did not yet dare to hope it. She had stopped short, in the rear, watching him with giddy anxiety, ever fancying that she saw him take the terrible leap, but resisting her longing to draw nearer, for fear lest she might precipitate the catastrophe by showing herself. Oh, God! To think that she was there with her devouring passion, her bleeding motherly heart, that she was there beholding everything, without daring to risk one movement to hold him back. He stood erect, looking very tall, quite motionless, and gazing into the night. It was a winter's night, with a misty sky of sooty blackness, and was rendered extremely cold by a sharp wind blowing from the west. Paris, lighted up, had gone to sleep, showing no signs of life save such as attached to the gas jets. Those specks which scintillated and grew smaller and smaller in the distance till they seemed but so much starry dust. The quays stretched away showing double rows of those luminous beads whose reverberation glimmered on the nearer frontages. On the left were the houses of the Quai du Louvre, on the right the two wings of the Institute, confused masses of monuments and buildings, which became lost to view in the darkening gloom, studded with sparks. Then between those cordons of burners, extending as far as the eye could reach, the bridges stretched bars of lights, ever slighter and slighter, each formed of a train of spangles, grouped together and seemingly hanging in midair. And in the Seine there shone the nocturnal splendor of the animated water of cities, each gas jet there cast a reflection of its flame, like the nucleus of a comet, extending into a tail. The nearer ones, mingling together, set the current on fire with broad, regular, symmetrical fans of light, glowing like live embers, while the more distant ones, seen under the bridges, were but little motionless sparks of fire. But the large burning tails appeared to be animated, they waggled as they spread out, all black and gold, with a constant twirling of scales, in which one divined the flow of the water. The whole Seine was lighted up by them, as if some fate were being given in its depths, some mysterious, fairy-like entertainment, at which couples were waltzing beneath the river's red flashing windowpanes. High above those fires, above the starry quays, the sky, in which not a planet was visible, showed a ruddy mass of vapor, that warm, phosphorescent exhalation which every night, above the sleep of the city, seems to set the crater of a volcano. The wind blew hard, and Christine, shivering, her eyes full of tears, felt the bridge move under her, as if it were bearing her away amid a smash-up of the whole scene. Had not Claude moved? Was he not climbing over the rail? No. Everything became motionless again, and she saw him still on the same spot, obstinately stiff, with his eyes turned towards the point of the sight, which he could not see. It had summoned him, and he had come, and yet he could not see it in the depths of the darkness. He could only distinguish the bridges, with their light framework standing out blackly against the sparkling water. But farther off everything became confused, the island had disappeared, he could not even have told its exact situation if some belated cabs had not passed from time to time over the Pont Neuf, with their lamps showing like those shooting sparks which dart at times through embers. A red lantern, on a level with the dam of the Mint, cast a streamlet of blood, as it were, into the water. Something huge and lugubrious, some drifting form, no doubt a lighter which had become unmoored, slowly descended the stream amid the reflections. Espied for a moment, it was immediately afterwards lost in the darkness. Where had the triumphal island sunk? In the depths of that flow of water? Claude still gazed, gradually fascinated by the great rushing of the river in the night. He leant over its broad bed, chilly like an abyss, in which the mysterious flames were dancing. And the loud, sad wail of the current attracted him, and he listened to its call, despairing, unto death. By a shooting pain at her heart, Christine this time realized that the terrible thought had just occurred to him. She held out her quivering hands which the wind was lashing. But Claude remained there, struggling against the sweetness of death. Indeed, he did not move for another hour, he lingered there unconscious of the lapse of time, with his eyes still turned in the direction of the sight. As if by a miracle of power they were about to create light, and conjure up the island so that he might behold it. When Claude at last left the bridge, with stumbling steps, Christine had to pass in front and run in order to be home in the Rue Turlock before him. Chapter 12. It was nearly 3 o'clock when they went to bed that night, with the bitter cold November wind blowing through their little room and the big studio. Christine, breathless from her run, had quickly slipped between the sheets so that he might not know that she had followed him. And Claude, quite overcome, had taken his clothes off, one garment after another, without saying a word. For long months they had been as strangers. Until then, however, she had never felt such a barrier between them, such tomb-like coldness. She struggled for nearly a quarter of an hour against the sleepiness coming over her. She was very tired, and a kind of torpor numbed her, still she would not give way, feeling anxious at leaving him awake. She thus waited every night until he dozed off, so that she herself might afterwards sleep in peace. But he had not extinguished the candle, he lay there with his eyes open, fixed upon its flame. What could he be thinking of? Had he remained in fancy over yonder in the black night, amid the moist atmosphere of the quays, in front of Paris studded with stars like a frosty sky? And what inner conflict, what matter that had to be decided, contracted his face like that? Then, resistance being impossible, she succumbed and glided into the slumber following upon great weariness. An hour later, the consciousness of something missing, the anguish of uneasiness awoke her with a sudden start. She at once felt the bed beside her, it was already cold, he was no longer there, she had already divined it while asleep. And she was growing alarmed, still but half awake, her head heavy and her ears buzzing, when through the doorway, left ajar, she perceived a ray of light coming from the studio. She then felt reassured. She thought that in a fit of sleeplessness he had gone to fetch some book or other, but at last, as he did not return, she ended by softly rising so as to take a peep. What she beheld quite unsettled her, and kept her standing on the tiled floor, with her feet bare, in such surprise that she did not at first dare to show herself. Claude, who was in his shirt-sleeves, despite the coldness of the temperature, having merely put on his trousers and slippers in his haste, was standing on the steps in front of his large picture. His palette was lying at his feet, and with one hand he held the candle, while with the other he painted. His eyes were dilated like those of a somnambulist, his gestures were precise and stiff. He stooped every minute to take some color on his brush, and then rose up, casting a large fantastic shadow on the wall. And there was not a sound. Frightful silence reigned in the big dim room. Christine guessed the truth and shuddered. The besetting worry, made more acute by that hour spent on the Pont de Saints-Pères, had prevented him from sleeping and had brought him once more before his canvas. Consumed with a longing to look at it again, in spite of the lateness of the hour. He had, no doubt, only climbed the steps to fill his eyes the nearer. Then, tortured by the sight of some faulty shade, upset by some defect, to such a point that he could not wait for daylight, he had caught up a brush, at first merely wishing to give a simple touch. And then had been carried on from correction to correction, until at last, with the candle in his hand, he painted there like a man in a state of hallucination. Amid the pale light which darted hither and thither as he gesticulated. His powerless creative rage had seized hold of him again, he was wearing himself out, oblivious of the hour, oblivious of the world, he wished to infuse life into his work at once. Ah, what a pitiful sight! And with what tear-drenched eyes did Christine gaze at him! At first she thought of leaving him to that mad work, as a maniac is left to the pleasures of his craziness. He would never finish that picture, that was quite certain now. The more desperately he worked at it, the more incoherent did it become. The coloring had grown heavy and pasty, the drawing was losing shape and showing signs of effort. Even the background and the group of laborers, once so substantial and satisfactory, were getting spoiled. Yet he clung to them, he had obstinately determined to finish everything else before repainting the central figure, the nude woman, which remained the dread and the desire of his hours of toil. And which would finish him off whenever he might again try to invest it with life. For months he had not touched it, and this had tranquilized Christine and made her tolerant and compassionate, amid her jealous spite. For as long as he did not return to that feared and desired mistress, she thought that he betrayed her less. Her feet were freezing on the tiles, and she was turning to get into bed again when a shock brought her back to the door. She had not understood at first, but now at last she saw. With broad curved strokes of his brush, full of color, Claude was at once wildly and caressingly modeling flesh. He had a fixed grin on his lips, and did not feel the burning candle grease falling on his fingers, while with silent, passionate seesawing, his right arm alone moved against the wall, casting black confusion upon it. He was working at the nude woman. Then Christine opened the door and walked into the studio. An invincible revolt, the anger of a wife buffeted at home, impelled her forward. Yes, he was with that other, he was painting her like a visionary, whom wild craving for truth had brought to the madness of the unreal. And those limbs were being gilded like the columns of a tabernacle, that trunk was becoming a star, shimmering with yellow and red, splendid and unnatural. Such strange nudity, like unto a monstrance gleaming with precious stones and intended for religious adoration, brought her anger to a climax. She had suffered too much, she would not tolerate it. And yet at first she simply showed herself despairing and supplicating. It was but the mother remonstrating with her big mad boy of an artist that spoke. "What are you doing there, Claude? Is it reasonable, Claude, to have such ideas? Come to bed, I beg of you, don't stay on those steps where you will catch your death of cold." He did not answer. He stooped again to take some more paint on his brush, and made the figure flash with 2 bright strokes of vermilion. "Listen to me, Claude, in pity come to me, you know that I love you, you see how anxious you have made me. Come, oh! Come, if you don't want me to die of cold and waiting for you." With his face haggard, he did not look at her, but while he bedecked a part of the figure with carmine, he grumbled in a husky voice. "Just leave me alone, will you? I'm working." Christine remained silent for a moment. She was drawing herself erect, her eyes began to gleam with fire, rebellion inflated her gentle, charming form. Then she burst forth, with the growl of a slave driven to extremities. "Well, no, I won't leave you alone. I've had enough of it. I'll tell you what's stifling me, what has been killing me ever since I have known you. Ah! That painting, yes, your painting, she's the murderess who has poisoned my life. I had a presentiment of it on the first day, your painting frightened me as if it were a monster. I found it abominable, execrable, but then, one's cowardly, I loved you too much not to like it also. I ended by growing accustomed to it. But later on, how I suffered, how it tortured me. For 10 years I don't recollect having spent a day without shedding tears. No, leave me. I am easing my mind, I must speak out, since I have found strength enough to do so. For 10 years I have been abandoned and crushed every day. Ah! To be nothing more to you, to feel myself cast more and more on one side, to fall to the rank of a servant. And to see that other one, that thief, place herself between you and me and clutch hold of you and triumph and insult me. For dare, yes, dare to say that she hasn't taken possession of you, limb by limb, glided into your brain, your heart, your flesh, everywhere. She holds you like a vice, she feeds on you. In fact, she's your wife, not I. She's the only one you care for. Ah! The cursed wretch, the hussy. Claude was now listening to her, in his astonishment at that dolorous outburst. And being but half roused from his exasperated creative dream, he did not as yet very well understand why she was talking to him like that. And at sight of his stupor, the shuddering of a man surprised in a debauch, she flew into a still greater passion. She mounted the steps, tore the candlestick from his hand, and in her turn flashed the light in front of the picture. "Just look," she cried, "just tell me how you have improved matters. It's hideous, it's lamentable and grotesque, you'll end by seeing so yourself. Come, isn't it ugly, isn't it idiotic? You see very well that you are conquered, so why should you persist any longer? There is no sense in it, that's what upsets me. If you can't be a great painter, life, at least, remains to us. Ah! Life, life!" She had placed the candle on the platform of the steps, and as he had gone down, staggering, she sprang off to join him, and they both found themselves below, he crouching on the last step. And she pressing his inert, dangling hands with all her strength. "Come, there's life. Drive your nightmare away, and let us live together. Isn't it too stupid, to be we two together, to be growing old already, and to torture ourselves, and fail in every attempt to find happiness? Oh! The grave will take us soon enough, never fear. Let's try to live, and love one another. Remember Benecourt. Listen to my dream. I should like to be able to take you away tomorrow. We would go far from this cursed Paris, we would find a quiet spot somewhere, and you would see how pleasant I would make your life, how nice it would be to forget everything together. Of a morning there are strolls in the sunlight, the breakfast which smells nice, the idle afternoon, the evening spent side by side under the lamp. And no more worrying about chimeras, nothing but the delight of living. Doesn't it suffice that I love you, that I adore you, that I am willing to be your servant, your slave, to exist solely for your pleasures? Do you hear, I love you, I love you. There is nothing else, and that is enough, I love you." He had freed his hands, and making a gesture of refusal, he said, in a gloomy voice. "No, it is not enough. I won't go away with you, I won't be happy, I will paint. And I shall die of it, eh? And you will die of it, and we shall end by leaving all our blood and all our tears in it. There's nothing beyond art, that is the fierce almighty God who strikes us with his thunder, and whom you honor. He may crush us, since he is the master, and you will still bless his name. Yes, I belong to that God, he may do what he pleases with me. I should die if I no longer painted, and I prefer to paint and die of it. Besides, my will is nothing in the matter. Nothing exists beyond art, let the world burst. She drew herself up in a fresh spurt of anger. Her voice became harsh and passionate again. But I am alive, and the women you love are lifeless. Oh! Don't say no. I know very well that all those painted women of yours are the only ones you care about. Before I was yours I had already perceived it. Then, for a short time you appeared to love me. It was at that period you told me all that nonsense about your fondness for your creations. You held such shadows in pity when you were with me. But it didn't last. You returned to them, oh! Like a maniac returns to his mania. I, though living, no longer existed for you. It was they, the visions, who again became the only realities of your life. What I then endured you never knew, for you are wonderfully ignorant of women. I have lived by your side without your ever understanding me. Yes, I was jealous of those painted creatures. When I posed to you, only one idea lent me the courage that I needed. I wanted to fight them, I hoped to win you back, but you granted me nothing, not even a kiss on my shoulder. Oh, God! How ashamed I sometimes felt. What grief I had to force back at finding myself thus disdained and thus betrayed. She continued boldly, she spoke out freely, she, so strangely compounded of passion and modesty. And she was not mistaken in her jealousy when she accused his art of being responsible for his neglect of herself. At the bottom of it all, there was the theory which he had repeated 100 times in her presence: genius should be chaste, an artist's only spouse should be his work. You repulse me, she concluded violently, you draw back from me as if I displeased you. And you love what? A nothing, a mere semblance, a little dust, some color spread upon a canvas. But, once more, look at her, look at your woman up yonder. See what a monster you have made of her in your madness. Are there any women like that? Have any women golden limbs, and flowers on their bodies? Wake up, open your eyes, return to life again. Claude, obeying the imperious gesture with which she pointed to the picture, had now risen and was looking. The candle, which had remained upon the platform of the steps, illumined the nude woman like a taper in front of an altar, whilst the whole room around remained plunged in darkness. He was at length awakening from his dream, and the woman thus seen from below, at a distance of a few paces, filled him with stupefaction. Who had just painted that idol of some unknown religion? Who had wrought her of metals, marbles, and gems? Was it he who had unconsciously created that symbol of insatiable passion, that unhuman presentment of flesh, which had become transformed into gold and diamonds under his fingers? In his vain effort to make it live? He gasped and felt afraid of his work, trembling at the thought of that sudden plunge into the infinite, and understanding at last that it had become impossible for him even to depict reality. Despite his long effort to conquer and remold it, making it yet more real with his human hands. You see. You see. Christine repeated, victoriously. And he, in a very low voice, stammered. Oh! What have I done? Is it impossible to create, then? Haven't our hands the power to create beings? She felt that he was giving way, and she caught him in her arms. But why all this folly? Why think of anyone but me, I who love you? You took me for your model, but what was the use, say? Are those paintings of yours worth me? They are frightful, they are as stiff, as cold as corpses. But I am alive, and I love you. She seemed to be at that moment the very incarnation of passionate love. He turned and looked at her, and little by little he returned her embrace. She was softening him and conquering him. "Listen," she continued. "I know that you had a frightful thought. Yes, I never dared to speak to you about it, because one must never bring on misfortune. But I no longer sleep of a night, you frighten me. This evening I followed you to that bridge which I hate, and I trembled, oh. I thought that it was all over, that I had lost you. Oh, God! What would become of me? I need you, you surely do not wish to kill me. Let us live and love one another, yes, love one another." Then, in the emotion caused him by her infinite passion and grief, he yielded. He pressed her to him, sobbing and stammering. "It is true I had that frightful thought, should have done it, and I only resisted on thinking of that unfinished picture. But can I still live if work will have nothing more to do with me? How can I live after that, after what's there, what I spoilt just now? I will love you, and you will live. Ah! You will never love me enough, I know myself. Something which does not exist would be necessary, something which would make me forget everything. You are already unable to change me. You cannot accomplish a miracle." Then, as she protested and kissed him passionately, he went on, "Well, yes, save me. Yes, save me, if you don't want me to kill myself. Lull me, annihilate me, so that I may become your thing, slave enough, small enough to dwell under your feet, in your slippers. Ah! To live only on your perfume, to obey you like a dog, to eat and sleep, if I could, if I only could." She raised a cry of victory, "At last you are mine. There is only I left, the other is quite dead." And she dragged him from the execrated painting, she carried him off triumphantly. The candle, now nearly consumed, flared up for a minute behind them on the steps, before the big painting, and then went out. It was victory, yes, but could it last? Daylight was about to break, and Christine lay asleep beside Claude. She was breathing softly, and a smile played upon her lips. He had closed his eyes. And yet, despite himself, he opened them afresh and gazed into the darkness. Sleep fled from him, and confused ideas again ascended to his brain. As the dawn appeared, yellowishly dirty, like a splash of liquid mud on the windowpanes, he started, fancying that he heard a loud voice calling to him from the far end of the studio. Then, irresistibly, despite a few brief hours' forgetfulness, all his old thoughts returned, overflowing and torturing him. Hollowing his cheeks and contracting his jaws in the disgust he felt for mankind. 2 wrinkles imparted intense bitterness to the expression of his face, which looked like the wasted countenance of an old man. And suddenly the loud voice from the far end of the studio imperiously summoned him a second time. Then he quite made up his mind. It was all over, he suffered too much, he could no longer live, since everything was a lie, since there was nothing left upon earth. Love. What was it? Naught but a passing illusion. This thought at last mastered him, possessed him entirely, and soon the craving for nothingness as his only refuge came on him stronger than ever. At first he let Christine's head slip down from his shoulder on which it rested. And then, as a third summons rang out in his mind, he rose and went to the studio, saying, "Yes, yes, I'm coming." The sky did not clear, it still remained dirty and mournful, it was one of those lugubrious winter dawns, and an hour later Christine herself awoke with a great chilly shiver. She did not understand at first. How did it happen that she was alone? Then she remembered, she had fallen asleep with her cheek against his. How was it then that he had left her? Where could he be? Suddenly, amid her torpor, she sprang out of bed and ran into the studio. Good God! Had he returned to the other then? Had the other seized hold of him again, when she herself fancied that she had conquered him forever? She saw nothing at the first glance she took. In the cold and murky morning twilight the studio seemed to her to be deserted. But whilst she was tranquilizing herself at seeing nobody there, she raised her eyes to the canvas, and a terrible cry leapt from her gaping mouth. Claude! Oh, Claude! Claude had hanged himself from the steps in front of his spoilt work. He had simply taken one of the cords which held the frame to the wall, and had mounted the platform, so as to fasten the rope to an oaken crosspiece, which he himself had one day nailed to the uprights to consolidate them. Then from up above he had leapt into space. He was hanging there in his shirt, with his feet bare, looking horrible, with his black tongue protruding, and his bloodshot eyes starting from their orbits. He seemed to have grown frightfully tall in his motionless stiffness, and his face was turned towards the picture, close to the nude woman, as if he had wished to infuse his soul into her with his last gasp, and as if he were still looking at her with his expressionless eyes. Christine, however, remained erect, quite overwhelmed with the grief, fright, and anger which dilated her body. Only a continuous howl came from her throat. She opened her arms, stretched them towards the picture, and clenched both hands. "Oh, Claude! Oh, Claude!" she gasped at last. "She has taken you back, the hussy has killed you, killed you, killed you." Then her legs gave way. She span round and fell all of a heap upon the tiled flooring. Her excessive suffering had taken all the blood from her heart, and, fainting away, she lay there, as if she were dead, like a white rag, miserable, done for, crushed beneath the fierce sovereignty of art. Above her the nude woman rose radiant in her symbolic idol's brightness, painting triumphed, alone immortal and erect, even when mad. At 9 o'clock on the Monday morning, when Sandoz, after the formalities and delay occasioned by the suicide, arrived in the Rue Turlock for the funeral, he found only a score of people on the footway. Despite his great grief, he had been running about for 3 days, compelled to attend to everything. At first, as Christine had been picked up half dead, he had been obliged to have her carried to the Hôpital de Lariboisière. Then he had gone from the municipal offices, to the undertaker's and the church, paying everywhere, and full of indifference so far as that went, since the priests were willing to pray over that corpse with a black circle round its neck. Among the people who were waiting he as yet only perceived some neighbors, together with a few inquisitive folk, while other people peered out of the house windows and whispered together, excited by the tragedy. Claude's friends would, no doubt, soon come. He, Sandoz, had not been able to write to any members of the family, as he did not know their addresses. However, he retreated into the background on the arrival of 2 relatives, whom 3 lines in the newspapers had roused from the forgetfulness in which Claude himself, no doubt, had left them. There was an old female cousin, 13, with the equivocal air of a dealer in second-hand goods, and a male cousin, of the 2nd degree, a wealthy man, decorated with the Legion of Honor, and owning one of the large Paris drapery shops. He showed himself good-naturedly condescending in his elegance, and desirous of displaying an enlightened taste for art. The female cousin at once went upstairs, turned round the studio, sniffed at all the bare wretchedness, and then walked down again, with a hard mouth, as if she were irritated at having taken the trouble to come. The 2nd cousin, on the contrary, drew himself up and walked first behind the hearse, filling the part of chief mourner with proud and pleasant fitness. As the procession was starting off, Bongrand came up, and, after shaking hands with Sandoz, remained beside him. He was gloomy, and, glancing at the 15 or 20 strangers who followed, he murmured, "Ah! Poor chap! What? Are there only we 2? Dubuche was at Cannes with his children. Jory and Fadrolles kept away, the former hating the deceased and the latter being too busy. Mahoudeau alone caught the party up at the rise of the Rue Lepic, and he explained that Gagnière must have missed the train. The hearse slowly ascended the steep thoroughfare which winds round the flanks of the height of Montmartre, and now and then crossed streets, sloping downward, sudden gaps amid the houses, showed one the immensity of Paris as deep and as broad as a sea. When the party arrived in front of the church of St. Pierre, and the coffin was carried up the steps, it overtopped the great city for a moment. There was a grey wintry sky overhead, large masses of clouds swept along, carried away by an icy wind, and in the mist Paris seemed to expand, to become endless, filling the horizon with threatening billows. The poor fellow who had wished to conquer it, and had broken his neck in his fruitless efforts, now passed in front of it, nailed under an oaken board, returning to the earth like one of the city's muddy waves. On leaving the church the female cousin disappeared, Mahoudeau likewise, while the second cousin again took his position behind the hearse. 7 other unknown persons decided to follow, and they started for the new cemetery of Saint-Ouen, to which the populace has given the disquieting and lugubrious name of Cayenne. There were 10 mourners in all. "Well, we too shall be the only old friends," repeated Bongrand as he walked on beside Sandoz. The procession, preceded by the mourning coach in which the priest and the choir-boy were seated, now descended the other side of the height, along winding streets as precipitous as mountain paths. The horses of the hearse slipped over the slimy pavement, one could hear the wheels jolting noisily. Right behind, the 10 mourners took short and careful steps, trying to avoid the puddles, and being so occupied with the difficulty of the descent that they refrained from speaking. But at the bottom of the Rue du Ruisseau, when they reached the Porte de Clignancourt and the vast open spaces, where the boulevard running round the city, the circular railway, the talus and moat of the fortifications are displayed to view, there came sighs of relief, a few words were exchanged, and the party began to straggle. Sandoz and Bongrand by degrees found themselves behind all the others, as if they had wished to isolate themselves from those folk whom they had never previously seen. Just as the hearse was passing the city gate, the painter leant towards the novelist. "And the little woman, what is going to be done with her?" "Ah! How dreadful it is," replied Sandoz. "I went to see her yesterday at the hospital. She has brain fever. The house doctor maintains that they will save her, but that she will come out of it 10 years older and without any strength. Do you know that she had come to such a point that she no longer knew how to spell? Such a crushing fall, a young lady abased to the level of a drudge. Yes, if we don't take care of her like a cripple, she will end by becoming a scullery maid somewhere. And not a copper, of course? Not a copper. I thought I should find the studies Claude made from nature for his large picture, those superb studies which he afterwards turned to such poor account. But I ferreted everywhere. He gave everything away, people robbed him. No, nothing to sell, not a canvas that could be turned to profit, nothing but that huge picture, which I demolished and burnt with my own hands, and right gladly, I assure you. Even as one avenges oneself." They became silent for a moment. The broad road leading to Saint-Ouen stretched out quite straight as far as the eye could reach. And over the plain went the procession, pitifully small, lost, as it were, on that highway, along which there flowed a river of mud. A line of palings bordered it on either side, waste land extended both to right and left, while afar off one only saw some factory chimneys and a few lofty white houses, standing alone, obliquely to the road. They passed through the Clignancourt fête, with booths, circuses, and roundabouts on either side, all shivering in the abandonment of winter, empty dancing cribs, mouldy swings, and a kind of stage homestead, the Picardy farm, looking dismally sad between its broken fences. "Ah! His old canvases," resumed Bongrand, "the things he had at the Quai de Bourbon, do you remember them? There were some extraordinary bits among them. The landscapes he brought back from the south and the academy studies he painted at Bouton's, a girl's legs and a woman's trunk, for instance. Oh, that trunk! Old Malgras must have it. A magisterial study it was, which not one of our young masters could paint. Yes, yes, the fellow was no fool, simply a great painter. When I think," said Sandoz, "that those little humbugs of the school and the press accused him of idleness and ignorance, repeating one after the other that he had always refused to learn his art. Idle! Good heavens! Why, I have seen him faint with fatigue after sittings 10 hours long. He gave his whole life to his work, and killed himself in his passion for toil. And they call him ignorant, how idiotic! They will never understand that the individual gift which a man brings in his nature is superior to all acquired knowledge. Delacroix also was ignorant of his profession in their eyes, simply because he could not confine himself to hard and fast rules. Ah! The ninnies, the slavish pupils who are incapable of painting anything incorrectly. He took a few steps in silence, and then he added. A heroic worker, too, a passionate observer whose brain was crammed with science, the temperament of a great artist endowed with admirable gifts. And to think that he leaves nothing, nothing. Absolutely nothing, not a canvas, declared Bongrand. I know nothing of his but rough drafts, sketches, notes carelessly jotted down, as it were, all that artistic paraphernalia which can't be submitted to the public. Yes, indeed, it is really a dead man, dead completely, who is about to be lowered into the grave. However, the painter and the novelist now had to hasten their steps, for they had got far behind the others while talking. And the hearse, after rolling past taverns and shops full of tombstones and crosses, was turning to the right into the short avenue leading to the cemetery. They overtook it, and passed through the gateway with the little procession. The priest in his surplice and the choir-boy carrying the holy water receiver, who had both alighted from the mourning coach, walked on ahead. It was a large flat cemetery, still in its youth, laid out by rule and line in the suburban wasteland, and divided into squares by broad symmetrical paths. A few raised tombs bordered the principal avenues, but most of the graves, already very numerous, were on a level with the soil. They were hastily arranged temporary sepulchres, for 5-year grants were the only ones to be obtained, and families hesitated to go to any serious expense. Thus, the stones sinking into the ground for lack of foundations, the scrubby evergreens which had not yet had time to grow, all the provisional slop kind of mourning that one saw there, imparted to that vast field of repose a look of poverty and cold, clean, dismal bareness like that of a barracks or a hospital. There was not a corner to be found recalling the graveyard nooks sung of in the ballads of the Romantic period, not one leafy turn quivering with mystery. Not a single large tomb speaking of pride and eternity. You were in the new style of Paris cemetery, where everything is set out straight and duly numbered, the cemetery of democratic times. Where the dead seem to slumber at the bottom of an office drawer, after filing past one by one, as people do at a fete under the eyes of the police, so as to avoid obstruction. Dash it, muttered Bongrand, it isn't lively here. Why not? Asked Sandoz. It's commodious, there is plenty of air. And even although there is no sun, see what a pretty color it all has. In fact, under the gray sky of that November morning, in the penetrating quiver of the wind, the low tombs, laden with garlands and crowns of beads, assumed soft tints of charming delicacy. There were some quite white, and others all black, according to the color of the beads. But the contrast lost much of its force amid the pale green foliage of the dwarfish trees. Poor families exhausted their affection for the dear departed in decking those 5-year grants. There were piles of crowns and blooming flowers, freshly brought there on the recent day of the dead. Only the cut flowers had as yet faded, between their paper collars. Some crowns of yellow immortelles shone out like freshly chiseled gold. But the beads predominated to such a degree that at the first glance there seemed to be nothing else. They gushed forth everywhere, hiding the inscriptions and covering the stones and railings. There were beads forming hearts, beads in festoons and medallions, beads framing either ornamental designs or objects under glass, such as velvet pansies, wax hands entwined, satin bows, or, at times, even photographs of women, yellow, faded, cheap photographs, showing poor, ugly, touching faces that smiled awkwardly. As the hearse proceeded along the Avenue du Rond-Point, Sandoz, whose last remark, since it was of an artistic nature, had brought him back to Claude, resumed the conversation, saying, "This is a cemetery which he would have understood, he who was so mad on modern things. No doubt he suffered physically, wasted away by the over-severe lesion that is so often akin to genius, 3 grains too little, or 3 grains too much, of some substance in the brain. As he himself said when he reproached his parents for his constitution. However, his disorder was not merely a personal affair, he was the victim of our period. Yes, our generation has been soaked in romanticism, and we have remained impregnated with it. It is in vain that we wash ourselves and take baths of reality, the stain is obstinate, and all the scrubbing in the world won't take it away. Bongrand smiled. Oh. As for romanticism, said he, I'm up to my ears in it. It has fed my art, and, indeed, I'm impenitent. If it be true that my final impotence is due to that, well, after all, what does it matter? I can't deny the religion of my artistic life. However, your remark is quite correct, you other fellows, you are rebellious sons. Claude, for instance, with his big nude woman amid the quays, that extravagant symbol. Ah, that woman, interrupted Sandoz, it was she who throttled him. If you knew how he worshipped her. I was never able to cast her out of him. And how can one possibly have clear perception, a solid, properly balanced brain when such phantasmagoria sprouts forth from your skull? Though coming after yours, our generation is too imaginative to leave healthy work behind it. Another generation, perhaps two, will be required before people will be able to paint and write logically, with the high, pure simplicity of truth. Truth, nature alone, is the right basis, the necessary guide, outside of which madness begins. And the toiler needn't be afraid of flattening his work, his temperament is there, which will always carry him sufficiently away. Does anyone dream of denying personality, the involuntary thumbstroke which deforms whatever we touch and constitutes our poor creativeness? However, he turned his head, and involuntarily added. Hullo! What's burning? Are they lighting bonfires here? The procession had turned on reaching the Rond Point, where the ossuary was situated, the common vault gradually filled with all the remnants removed from the graves, and the stone slab of which, in the center of a circular lawn, disappeared under a heap of wreaths, deposited there by the pious relatives of those who no longer had an individual resting place. And, as the hearse rolled slowly to the left in Transversal Avenue No. 2, there had come a sound of crackling, and thick smoke had risen above the little plane trees bordering the path. Some distance ahead, as the party approached, they could see a large pile of earthy things beginning to burn, and they ended by understanding. The fire was lighted at the edge of a large square patch of ground, which had been dug up in broad parallel furrows, so as to remove the coffins before allotting the soil to other corpses. Just as the peasant turns the stubble over before sowing afresh. The long empty furrows seemed to yawn, the mounds of rich soil seemed to be purifying under the broad grey sky. And the fire thus burning in that corner was formed of the rotten wood of the coffins that had been removed, slit, broken boards, eaten into by the earth, often reduced to a ruddy humus, and gathered together in an enormous pile. They broke up with faint detonations, and being damp with human mud, they refused to flame, and merely smoked with growing intensity. Large columns of the smoke rose into the pale sky, and were beaten down by the November wind, and torn into ruddy shreds, which flew across the low tombs of quite one half of the cemetery. Sandoz and Bongrand had looked at the scene without saying a word. Then, having passed the fire, the former resumed. No, he did not prove to be the man of the formula he laid down. I mean that his genius was not clear enough to enable him to set that formula erect and impose it upon the world by a definite masterpiece. And now see how other fellows scatter their efforts around him, after him. They go no farther than roughing off, they give us mere hasty impressions, and not one of them seems to have strength enough to become the master who is awaited. Isn't it irritating, this new notion of light, this passion for truth carried as far as scientific analysis, this evolution begun with so much originality, and now loitering on the way, as it were, falling into the hands of tricksters, and never coming to a head, simply because the necessary man isn't born? But pooh! The man will be born, nothing is ever lost, light must be. Who knows? Not always, said Bongrand. Life miscarries, like everything else. I listen to you, you know, but I'm a despairer. I am dying of sadness, and I feel that everything else is dying. Ah. Yes, there is something unhealthy in the atmosphere of the times. This end of a century is all demolition, a litter of broken monuments, and soil that has been turned over and over 100 times. The whole exhaling a stench of death. Can anybody remain in good health amid all that? One's nerves become unhinged, the great neurosis is there, art grows unsettled, there is general bustling, perfect anarchy, all the madness of self-love at bay. Never have people quarreled more and seen less clearly than since it is pretended that one knows everything. Sandoz, who had grown pale, watched the large ruddy coils of smoke rolling in the wind. It was fated, he mused in an undertone. Our excessive activity and pride of knowledge were bound to cast us back into doubt. This century, which has already thrown so much light over the world, was bound to finish amid the threat of a fresh flow of darkness. Yes, our discomfort comes from that. Too much has been promised, too much has been hoped for, people have looked forward to the conquest and explanation of everything, and now they growl impatiently. What? Don't things go quicker than that? What? Hasn't science managed to bring us absolute certainty, perfect happiness, in 100 years? Then what is the use of going on, since one will never know everything, and one's bread will always be as bitter? It is as if the century had become bankrupt, as if it had failed. Pessimism twists people's bowels, mysticism fogs their brains. For we have vainly swept phantoms away with the light of analysis, the supernatural has resumed hostilities, the spirit of the legends rebels and wants to conquer us. While we are halting with fatigue and anguish. Ah! I certainly don't affirm anything, I myself am tortured. Only it seems to me that this last convulsion of the old religious terrors was to be foreseen. We are not the end, we are but a transition, a beginning of something else. It calms me and does me good to believe that we are marching towards reason, and the substantiality of science. His voice had become husky with emotion, and he added. That is, unless madness plunges us, topsy-turvy, into night again, and we all go off throttled by the ideal. Like our old friend who sleeps there between his four boards. The hearse was leaving Transversal Avenue No. 2 to turn, on the right, into Lateral Avenue No. 3, and the painter, without speaking, called the novelist's attention to a square plot of graves, beside which the procession was now passing. There was here a children's cemetery, nothing but children's tombs, stretching far away in orderly fashion, separated at regular intervals by narrow paths. And looking like some infantile city of death. There were tiny little white crosses, tiny little white railings, disappearing almost beneath an efflorescence of white and blue wreaths, on a level with the soil. And that peaceful field of repose, so soft in color, with the bluish tint of milk about it, seemed to have been made flowery by all the childhood lying in the earth. The crosses recorded various ages, 2 years, 16 months, 5 months. One poor little cross, destitute of any railing, was out of line, having been set up slantingly across a path, and it simply bore the words, Eugenie, 3 days. Scarcely to exist as yet, and withal to sleep there already, alone, on one side, like the children who on festive occasions dine at a little side table. However, the hearse had at last stopped, in the middle of the avenue. And when Sandoz saw the grave ready at the corner of the next division, in front of the cemetery of the little ones, he murmured tenderly. Ah! My poor old Claude, with your big child's heart, you will be in your place beside them. The underbearers removed the coffin from the hearse. The priest, who looked surly, stood waiting in the wind, some sextons were there with their shovels. 3 neighbors had fallen off on the road, the 10 had dwindled into 7. The second cousin, who had been holding his hat in his hand since leaving the church, despite the frightful weather, now drew nearer. All the others uncovered, and the prayers were about to begin, when a loud piercing whistle made everybody look up. Beyond this corner of the cemetery as yet untenanted, at the end of Lateral Avenue No. 3, a train was passing along the high embankment of the circular railway which overlooked the graveyard. The grassy slope rose up, and a number of geometrical lines, as it were, stood out blackly against the grey sky. There were telegraph posts, connected by thin wires, a superintendent's box, and a red signal plate, the only bright throbbing speck visible. When the train rolled past, with its thunder crash, one plainly distinguished, as on the transparency of a shadow play, the silhouettes of the carriages. Even the heads of the passengers showing in the light gaps left by the windows. And the line became clear again, showing like a simple ink stroke across the horizon. While far away other whistles called and wailed unceasingly, shrill with anger, hoarse with suffering, or husky with distress. Then a guard's horn resounded lugubriously. Revertitur in terram suam unde erat, recited the priest, who had opened a book and was making haste. But he was not heard, for a large engine had come up puffing, and was maneuvering backwards and forwards near the funeral party. It had a loud thick voice, a guttural whistle, which was intensely mournful. It came and went, panting, and seen in profile it looked like a heavy monster. Suddenly, moreover, it let off steam, with all the furious blowing of a tempest. Requiescat in pace, said the priest. Amen, replied the choir-boy. But the words were again lost amid the lashing, deafening detonation, which was prolonged with the continuous violence of a fusillade. Bongrand, quite exasperated, turned towards the engine. It became silent, fortunately, and everyone felt relieved. Tears had risen to the eyes of Sandoz, who had already been stirred by the words which had involuntarily passed his lips, while he walked behind his old comrade. Talking as if they had been having one of their familiar chats of yore. And now it seemed to him as if his youth were about to be consigned to the earth. It was part of himself, the best part, his illusions and his enthusiasm, which the sextons were taking away to lower into the depths. At that terrible moment an accident occurred which increased his grief. It had rained so hard during the preceding days, and the ground was so soft, that a sudden subsidence of soil took place. One of the sextons had to jump into the grave and empty it with his shovel with a slow rhythmical movement. There was no end to the matter, the funeral seemed likely to last forever amid the impatience of the priest and the interest of the 4 neighbors who had followed on to the end. Though nobody could say why. And up above, on the embankment, the engine had begun maneuvering again, retreating and howling at each turn of its wheels, its firebox open the while. And lighting up the gloomy scene with a rain of sparks. At last the pit was emptied, the coffin lowered, and the aspergillus passed round. It was all over. The second cousin, standing erect, did the honors with his correct, pleasant air, shaking hands with all these people whom he had never previously seen. In memory of the relative whose name he had not remembered the day before. That linen draper is a very decent fellow, said Bongrand, who was swallowing his tears. Quite so, replied Sandoz, sobbing. All the others were going off, the surplices of the priest and the choir-boy disappeared between the green trees. While the straggling neighbors loitered reading the inscriptions on the surrounding tombs. Then Sandoz, making up his mind to leave the grave, which was now half filled, resumed. We alone shall have known him. There is nothing left of him, not even a name. He is very happy, said Bongrand, he has no picture on hand, in the earth where he sleeps. It is as well to go off as to toil as we do merely to turn out infirm children, who always lack something, their legs or their head, and who don't live. Yes, one must really be wanting in pride to resign oneself to turning out merely approximate work and resorting to trickery with life. I, who bestow every care on my books, I despise myself, for I feel that, despite all my efforts, they are incomplete and untruthful. With pale faces, they slowly went away, side by side, past the children's white tombs, the novelist then in all the strength of his toil and fame, the painter declining but covered with glory. There, at least, lies one who was logical and brave, continued Sandoz, he confessed his powerlessness and killed himself. That's true, said Bongrand. If we didn't care so much for our skins we should all do as he has done, eh? Well, yes. Since we cannot create anything, since we are but feeble copyists, we might as well put an end to ourselves at once. Again they found themselves before the burning pile of old rotten coffins, now fully alight, sweating and crackling. But there were still no flames to be seen, the smoke alone had increased, a thick acrid smoke, which the wind carried along in whirling coils, so that it now covered the whole cemetery as with a cloud of mourning. "Dash it! 11 o'clock, said Bongrand, after pulling out his watch. "I must get home again." Sandoz gave an exclamation of surprise. "What, already 11? Over the low-lying graves, over the vast bead-flowered field of death, so formal of aspect and so cold, he cast a long look of despair, his eyes still bedimmed by his tears. And then he added, "Let's go to work."